So by now, everybody has seen this viral video of Anton Daniels and Cory Holcomb almost getting into a physical fight after 5150 podcast. But what exactly led up to this? Who was in the right and who was in the wrong? We're going to have a discussion and break it all down.
The price of freedom is death. We're coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. How are you all doing this evening? We got something to discuss, okay? We got something to discuss, all right? If you guys haven't seen, I'm sure by this time you guys probably already know about the situation with Cory Holcomb and Anton Daniels and them almost getting into a physical altercation. We're going to break that down, not only just discussing my opinion on who was right, who was wrong, all of this stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break things down as to what led to the altercation. And then I might, if we have enough time, which I think we probably will, I want to open up the phone lines later on this evening. And that way we can weigh in and we can have a whole community conversation about it. And we can find out exactly what everybody's thinking and how everybody's feeling about this situation. All right. Now, somebody's saying I'm on Afro time. I'm a little late. Little bit. All right. Okay. I am a little bit. There was a clip I was specifically looking for. But can you guys hit that like button, subscribe button, share button, all of that stuff as we guys get stuff started? We've been having a pretty productive week. And there's still some more stuff coming up this week because there's still some more stuff that I want to talk to everybody about. So thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. We're not going to take too long. Y'all know I like my intro monologues. I do. I like this. I will say that I know of Anton Daniels. There's been times I don't think that really there's been a couple of times I don't think I really disagreed or agreed with anything Anton Daniels has said, except for maybe his stances on the election with Kamala. That was the only thing that I've seemed like I've agreed with Anton on. Now, before we get into this, a lot of people have brought up different clips of Anton Daniels saying that he's against reparations and he's this and he's this. And people have asked the question, is Anton Daniels a tether? Cory Holcomb, we know Cory Holcomb to be FBA, but is Anton Daniels a tether? I will say that I have people who I believe that they verified their information, confirm that he is. However, I have not independently confirmed Anton Daniels' lineage. I have not done that. He claims that he isn't. Okay? I mean, all tethers at this point, if you don't have solid proof, if they haven't messed up where they have receipts out there, they'll claim that they're not. So I'm going to leave that up to you guys. Okay? Well, I'm just going to say that for the sake of the argument that I do not have solid proof. You know, normally when I say somebody's a tether, I can bring up a receipt. I can bring up something and be all like, bam, you see, right then and there. But I don't have that. Now, I have some people who I trust their source. I mean, I believe what they're saying, and they said that they have seen videos confirming that he is. So I lean to it. Maybe even half. Maybe he's half. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm just letting you guys know that right now. Not sure. Okay, the jury is still out. All right. So we're gonna have this conversation. We're gonna start it a few minutes in. The conversation starts we're gonna start about 5 minutes in. Fair use to YouTube and all that stuff. Fair use. All right. Let's get stuff rolling. Oh no, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Oh man. Here I go pressing the wrong buttons again. Please don't tell me I'm going to start that habit up again. Y'all know how I was when I was pressing those buttons. Y'all know me. When I get to pressing the wrong buttons, it's a problem. Y'all know, oh boy. I hope to God that's not what's going on today. Come on now. Don't be pressing the wrong buttons. Okay, here we go. We're going to do it like this. You already know me. When I get to pressing the wrong buttons, I start pressing all the wrong buttons. Okay. All right. So I'm going to speed it up because I want to cover this and I want to cover a little bit of the response. So it's going to be a little sped up.
Y'all already know what's up. I'm Cory Holcomb, eating these cherry sours I shouldn't be eating. This is Darlene or DOG Ortiz, for people who don't know.
Thank you for that. Oh my God, not the full thing.
I was on time. I'm gonna just say that.
Hey,
Yes,
we
sir.
expected it. I already knew. That's why I got here almost on time.
I was on time.
My man. You dig what I'm saying? A lot of y'all know. We said he was coming. Anton in the house. Hey man, let me tell you something. I'm so glad you're here because people need to see a clash like this. Not a clash because it's something bad. Just people who got something to say, like what you say and what I say. I think it's gonna be interesting.
I do too. Yeah. I think it's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, we had a great conversation too. We had time before you got here, so we had a great.
I buttered it up. So
you don't need to butter.
I made sure that she felt good about this.
Yeah, man, you don't need to butter.
We're still trying to get Shannon Sharp on here, so Darlene can have something to do after the show. That should be great.
Oh, brother, too old. That man don't want this.
I know.
Your chat think they tough. I noticed.
They think they tough.
They think they tough.
Yeah, they be out there.
They not that tough.
We seen charging them up.
We
go.
Seen worse. You know, I don't pay attention to niggas that don't got no profile picture.
You know, I
promise to God, bro.
And they scared to step forward.
I don't pay attention. I think them type of niggas jerk off in their socks.
Yeah.
Well, now they've gotten so savvy where they can actually put a picture, but you open it up and it's like, oh, no post, no nothing. It's like, okay.
We don't take that serious.
Exactly. Keyboard cowards is what.
Somebody said, what Craig had? He on time out. Craig had a show, folks.
That's right.
Craig going out here doing his thing.
Papa Craig.
But anyway, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. There's so much to say. I know we ain't gonna be able to get to it at all, but
we're gonna try.
There's so much to say. I gotta ask you this, just off top.
I'm with it.
How do you feel? Because we ain't gonna do all politics, because that ain't what the show
we
about.
got to get there though.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want you to miss no points.
All right, I'm with it.
What do you feel about this nation as they jack other nations for their resources and play it off like it's other reasons? I'm talking about this nation, the U.S.
That's the part of the game.
When you say part of the game, I don't understand.
Everybody didn't been conquered. Slavery didn't exist way before we ever came in here.
Mm-hmm. So
I don't see what the problem is.
Well, I tell you like this. I cannot respect men.
Now, okay. I want to say, first off, Cory reminds me so much of one of my uncles. I'm talking about he could, if they would play a movie about Cory Holcomb, my uncle would be the perfect cast for Cory. He reminds me so, like the mannerisms, the fashion, all of that. Because Cory's from Chicago too, so Cory reminds me exactly of my uncle. I just got to say that. If my uncle's watching, he's probably gonna say, "Damn," and that's true. Now, here's the thing: the whole, America has conquered, and that's what they do, and I don't see a problem with it. Well, yeah, if people have been conquering other people and stealing other people's resources and their land and all of that stuff and invading other people's lands and stuff like that, that doesn't mean that thing is okay just because it's always been happening. Now, that's like true and not true. Yeah, it's always been, well, it's not always been happening, but it's been happening. Okay. This is not a new thing. And I think Cory was referring to more than likely what's going on in Venezuela, which is, in my opinion, something that Black people need to not stay out of, but we need to focus more on America. We need to focus more on what's going on versus what's going on overseas. In my opinion, I feel like Black people are always trying to be so concerned with other people's business instead of dealing with the reality of what's our business, in my opinion. Now, he didn't say Venezuela, but I think that's kind of what the question was about. Venezuela or the Middle East or whatever the case may be, whatever land he may be talking about. That's my stance on that. We need to kind of focus on America, reparations, getting our houses and all of that stuff, our Black Wall Streets and all of that stuff. That's my stance on that. All right. Now, to Cory's, to Anton's point, just because the world has been doing it doesn't mean it is what it is. Is that a right thing or a wrong thing to do? You see, he kind of just shrugged it off like it's always happening. And this is one of the things that Anton does. When it comes to white people, specifically white males doing something wrong, it's always a shrugging it off. It's always a watering it down or a deflection or a justification for it. Now, these deflections, these justifications, excuses, shrugging it off, brushing it under the rug, he does not do when it comes to black people. It's all tough love, 100%, nonstop, tough love. And I'm not saying that tough love isn't necessary, but that's all he gives, fine. But then when it comes to Caucasian men doing something wrong, then it's, well, I mean, it's always kind of been like that. What? It's always been like that. Okay, let's continue.
Claim jackers. Like I don't
Like what? Give me an example.
Like the United States.
No, give me an example, like a real life thing. Like, what did they take?
The United States.
Like taking this country?
Not just taking this country. How do you think you got here?
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade.
You smart man.
Right. I studied it. I know all about it.
So it's very hard to be respectful of what is here when me, for example, as an African-American male, I know how I got here. I didn't take the cheap flight on Frontier here. My people were kidnapped. My people were robbed. They what?
They were sold by Africans.
You say all the people were sold by Africans?
How you think what you think white people came over there and got us?
Yes.
No, they were sold.
So
they just capitalized off of it better than the Africans did.
Okay, so you're saying that all of the black people that were brought here were sold by Africans.
Correct.
So the white people they were just doing transactions over there.
Absolutely. It was capital.
All right. Here's the thing. No. It is, and the thing is that this is the point where they're both telling somewhat of the story. Was the transatlantic slave trade a thing? Of course it was a thing. It's a thing. It's a proven factual part of history that it was a thing. That is a piece to the overall bigger puzzle. Okay. That's a piece to the puzzle, especially here in the United States of America. Okay. I'm not going to deny that piece to the puzzle, but the problem is, and this is why a lot of people are getting mad and being all like, y'all pretendians, y'all want to be Indian, y'all want to be that, is because now we have a renaissance where we're focusing on the other pieces of the puzzle. You understand what I'm saying? Because we were only told, you know, the only reason that you're in America is only because we bought you here, Europeans bought you here from Africa. Besides that, you guys would have been nowhere else in the world if it wasn't for Europeans bringing you guys here to Africa. Okay, wouldn't be that would have been. That's what they say. Now, did Europeans bring Africans to the Americas? That is true. That is true. However, when you actually do a deep dive of that, you will find that almost all, it's like 95%, arguably a little bit more. Almost all of the Africans that were brought to the Americas went to South America. Okay, it didn't come to the continent of the United States of America, or the country of the United States of America. Did not come there. All right, they went to South America. They were going to Brazil. They were going to the Caribbean. Almost all of them. It was about arguably 5. Some people may argue a little less than that came here. This is documented. This isn't even arguable. This isn't no theory. This isn't me guessing. This isn't me saying this because, oh, you just don't want to be African. No, this is what the documents say. Don't try to conform history because you want to be something that you were not. All right. So that leads us to the question of, well, if only a handful, a small, tiny fraction of us came from Africa, then where did this mass population of slaves come from? Some people would say the breeding farms. Okay, that you can argue that. But the thing is that a woman can only be pregnant one baby at a time. It's a very rare thing for a woman to have more than one baby, pregnant with more than one baby, have twins or triplets or anything like that. That's very, very rare. But in most cases, a woman can only have one baby at one time, and she has to carry that baby for 9 months. So it doesn't make scientifically speaking, it is impossible for, even if you wanted to use the argument of breeding farms as to why the Black American population grew so large so rapidly, it wouldn't make sense to say, well, that was because of breeding farms, because you could only have one woman pregnant at a time. Or even if you got all of them pregnant, it would still take 9 months and they would be newborns. It would take them decades to grow up into adulthood and then to replicate that. So that wouldn't make sense. That's not even scientifically feasible. So there would have to be something else. And then people also bring up, okay, well, now that we know that there was a lot of indigenous people who are here who scientifically have been proven to be akin to what you all consider to be Negroes. That's science, and we've already proven that several times, that is what who was here. And now we already understand that there was a lot of white males who was in charge of determining who was quote unquote Indian or not. This is why you had a whole bunch of white people pay $5 to the Dolls roll so they can be considered and classified as Indian. This is where the term $5 Indian came from. So when you understand that they were determining, white males became the gatekeepers of who could be Indian or not. This is not a theory. This is not me guessing. This is not a conspiracy. This is a proven historical fact that white males became the gatekeepers of who was Indian or not. They were able to filter out any dark people, filter out black people. All right. And then they were able to make them, okay, well, you guys are just Negroes, just like the same Negroes we bought here from Africa. All right. That's the only way it makes sense. So this is us saying that as mature people, we should acknowledge all pieces of the puzzle. Okay. Not just focus on one. Now, he wants to focus on one, and the reason why they make such a strong argument in this situation, because we can go deeper, but that's not what we're about right now. We're talking about this. He wants to do this because he wants to say, well, yeah, that's because white people sold us, or Africans sold other Africans. That's true. That is true. All right. That's a reality that a lot of us has not been very honest about until recent date. That is true. Africans did sell other Africans into slavery. Okay. That is true. Did Europeans come and kidnap some Africans? That is also true. Everything the Europeans did was not honest and upright, and it was just capitalism, and they were just people of their time, which is what Anton is trying to say. Well, they were just people of their time. No. And anytime they make the argument, we were sold into slavery. Africans didn't go to Europe and say, can you guys please buy our slaves? Please. We don't know what to do with all of these Negroes. Can you please buy our slaves from us? And then the Europeans, the English were all like, well, I guess since you're begging me to buy you're making me a slave master, I suppose I'll do it for you. That's not what happened. Let's be honest. Nobody made Europeans enslave anybody. Nobody forced them to do it. So the excuse and trying to play it off by saying, well, Africans sold it, all that does is make Africans also guilty. That doesn't take away from the guilt and the blame that Europeans have for what they did in slavery. All right. As if two people robbed the bank and one person put the money in a bag and another person was the getaway driver, both of the people robbed the bank. You can't say, well, technically, he didn't rob the bank because he wouldn't have got there if it wasn't for the getaway driver. Okay, yeah, we can also arrest the getaway driver, but he's the one who put the money in the bag. So he also did it. So when you see that, that's a deflection, and they're trying to use the Africans selling other Africans as a shield so to protect Europeans or white men specifically. Let's continue.
Listen. See, the thing about white people, you think that racism is inherently in them. Racism is inherently in all of us. Black people is some of the most racist people I've ever seen in my entire life. We don't even like each other.
So can I ask you a question?
No, hold on. Let's stay there.
Okay.
We don't even like each other. And so black people participate. Some of the first slavers in the United States of America was black people. That's the truth.
Okay. And here's the thing. It's a truth, but it's a very, very disingenuous truth. First off, the first part he said was not true whatsoever. And then the second part is a very disingenuous truth. All right, let's get to the first part. The first part of, well, black people, first off, Cory, you feel like white people are inherently racist. I didn't hear Cory say that. Nobody is we don't make the argument that anybody is born that way. What we are making the argument is that there is a culture that has been maintained and protected of a racial hierarchy that they're all complicit in. They're complicit with this racial hierarchy, and they pass it down generationally. That's either true or not true, and it's true. It's been proven through history that has been true. All right? That has not been the case with us. So for him to say, you think that all white people are racist, when people say that, use that straw man argument and use the absolute of all white people are racist, they're putting that out there because you can't make the argument that every single white person in the world is a racist bigot. So that means that nobody is. If you're going to play the absolutes game, either they're all racist or they're not racist at all. Nobody is saying that. But we do have to acknowledge that there is a system of white supremacy, of a white hierarchy that they participate in and maintain and adapt and adjust and use to their own benefit. And then he goes to say, well, black people are racist. Black people don't like each other. Liking somebody, and Anton knows this, he's had these conversations so many times. Okay, he's been on YouTube for so long, had a bunch of conversations with different, events and all that stuff too. He knows this, right? Let's be clear. Racism is not about I don't like you. We're racist to each other. How are we racist to each other? Because when you ask how is a black person racist to another black person? Because if a black person does something to another black person, is that racism? Because he's not using his race to attack another black person. If I can't be racist to another black person, I can't use my black privilege. I can't weaponize my black privilege to oppress another person who is also black. How does that work? And he skips over that by saying, well, black people just don't like other black people. All right. No, absolutely not. He goes on to say, well, black people were some of the first enslavers in this country. So are you saying now that enslavement is racist? You see the doublespeak. Because before you said everybody was doing it, so it's just capitalism. They try to frame slavery as quote unquote just capitalism. So now is slavery racist because a black person was doing slavery? And you're being disingenuous, because even though it's true that there were some black slave owners early in the day, the thing is that the black slave owners weren't enslaving white people. Let me repeat that. The black slave owners were not enslaving white people. It was a thing of black people owning other black people. That was the only thing that was able to happen. White people were not coming here to be enslaved by anybody. White people were not enslaved on this land, point blank, period. And we know that. When you mention, okay, well, how many white slaves did these black slave owners own? The conversation stops. You're trying to make it seem like there's an equivalent by saying, well, there were black slave owners too. So slavery, isn't a racist thing? It wasn't a bad thing, even though the only slaves were black people, because there were no white slaves. There were none. And there were no white indentured servants working for black people. Let's continue, because then we're going to pause. I'm going to get to the super chats real quick in a little second. I'm trying to give it to y'all in like chunks,
So what I'm trying to understand is,
Was slavery in the United States before?
slavery existed thousands of years before we got here.
Okay.
Slavery was on every single continent in this world. That's a fact. Now, the thing that's a problem with it is that, and this is the problem that I have, what you niggas want?
What do you mean when you say what you mean?
What do y'all want? Like, because y'all complaining about it over and over again, and I'm trying to understand, what is it that y'all looking for? What is going to help y'all?
A whole thing that has happened.
Because I'm solutions oriented, and I'm tired of niggas that ain't never been through shit complaining about shit that they ain't never been through.
If you black in the United States, you've been through some shit.
Okay, before we get to that, what y'all want? Reparations. We want reparations. He's making it seem like, man, I don't know, y'all just complaining and y'all don't got no solutions for anything, and all y'all saying is complain. No, we have solutions. Anton doesn't want our solutions. Let's be very real. Anton doesn't want our solutions. Anton has spoken against reparations on multiple occasions. Let me pull up this clip real fast. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this clip up. This big for y'all.
I don't care about your reparations. Listen, I don't care if you ever get it. As a matter of fact, I'm advocating against it because it's going to fuck up my dollar and make inflation go out of control. And so I don't want them to pay you. I don't want you to have nothing. Don't give these motherfuckers nothing. As a matter of fact, not only do I not want you to get nothing from reparations, I think that they should tax you for breathing. Tax you for breathing this good old air that we working so hard and paying our tax dollars for in order to be able to make sure that you got this good old air and this good old. I don't care about your reparations. Listen, I don't care if you ever get it. As a matter of fact, I'm advocating against it because it's going to fuck up my dollar and make inflation go out of control. And so I don't want them to pay you. I don't want you to have nothing. Don't give these motherfuckers nothing.
Okay. You see that? You see that? Let's be honest. This is why a lot of people are suspecting that he's not FBA, which is probably, it's a strong possibility he's not. But listen, when we say, okay, we want reparations for slavery, then he's going to say, I don't want that. I don't want that. Any solution that we bring up, because he's like, I'm a solution-oriented person. I'm a solution-oriented person. We are too. But every single time we bring up a solution, he's like, nah, I don't like that. Nope. His solution is to get over it. That's his thing, just to get over slavery. And it's not just slavery. First off, slavery was not no just thing that happened. It was, it just happened. It was just thing that happened. Some people went through it for maybe like 10, 15 years, but it was a thing that happened. No, slavery built a whole country. A whole country was founded off of slavery. And then that stigma and that targeting and that inhumanity and the thingification, shout out to Dr. King for that. It's Dr. King's birthday. Shout out to Dr. King for that. The thingification of the Negro is what led to then a Jim Crow and then redlining and then a bombing of a Black Wall Street and then a Highway Act and then the eminent domain and then mass incarceration and then the crack epidemic and then all of these things that we've had to deal with, including the things that we have to deal with now. All these things don't just happen in a vacuum. Slavery was the first domino that knocked down several other dominoes, and that has put us in the condition we are in now. You can't just skip from slavery to 1865 and then all the way to 2026 and be all like, well, really nothing happened in between that time. So what are you guys still complaining about something that happened centuries ago? Because there has always been something following slavery. The legacy of slavery has always existed. These people have benefited from slavery. Wells Fargo, JP Morgan. Okay, that's Chase Bank. All of these insurance companies, all of these banks, all of these hospitals, Wall Street, all of these people are still reaping the benefits of slavery. Okay, that can't be denied. We have data to back that up. That's not an opinion. That is something that is factually based. That's a statistic. That's data. That's factually based data. All right. And then when we say, okay, well, if that's the case, you guys are still reaping the benefits of wealth that my ancestors had to build and generate and create for you all. We're going to need that wealth returned to the descendants, reparations. Okay, we're going to need to be made whole because you all have, first off, not allowed our people to be whole during slavery and then even after slavery. After that, right after that, with the 40 acres and a mule that they said, no, we ain't doing that. Oh, no. As a matter of fact, those 40 acres and a mule, give it back to the slave owners. Give it back to them. All of that, even though they betrayed the country when they didn't sign for the Union, when they didn't stand with the Union, and they signed with and stood with the Confederacy, which makes them traitors to the nation, give them back their property. Give it back to them. And because you left black people out there without our right, because that was our right. We won that. We won the Civil War. It was our right to have that. We were denied that, which put black people in a very disenfranchised economic condition, which led to us having to be subjugated again through sharecropping. Okay? And things like eminent domain. So you can't skip over the history of this country and say, well, yeah, slavery happened, but man, why don't y'all just let it go? No, because there's nothing we couldn't let it go, quite literally, because slavery has always followed us throughout this country. That's the thing. When people talk about let it go, it's not living in the past, we're living in the present. But we understand our present condition stems from what happened in the past. That's the difference. Let me get to these super chats, all right? Shout out to the Sage. Sage says, peace, brother Afro and the FBA family. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you. And then from downtown, I appreciate from downtown. He says, B1 family, love y'all. Love you too, brother. Much respect to you. Much respect to the family. And then let's get to backup trick. And he says, Anton was embarrassed, scared to call out white people and all the harm they've caused out people. Yeah, and we're still gonna get to that. Okay, and that's his thing, because he knows where his audience is. He knows where that stuff is, and he doesn't want to address the wrongdoing of any white people at all. It's like pulling teeth from him. He will sit up there and dodge and deflect and duck and hide to acknowledge their wrongdoing at all. It's not no tough love thing, and we're gonna get to that because he says something. He get worse than this. Okay. Linus Bless says Cory should learn more about FBA history. He can't speak for us either. Study FBA family. Study FBA family when teach. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That is true. I'm gonna be honest with you, Cory. If you are gonna bring Anton on here and you are gonna talk about history, slavery, all of these things, first off, you should know who you're bringing on your platform, because Anton said he studied you. So he already knows how to get to you. He already knows what you know. He knows the information limit, I would say. And this isn't even to be offensive, but he knows your limit and he knows he can exceed that. He knows your buttons and he knows how to press your buttons. And Cory, you came very unprepared for that. Cory was very unprepared for that. Let's continue.
But I'm tired of niggas complaining about shit that they have never been through. You've been through some shit, but you ain't been through that.
I don't
And so-
understand. What are you saying? Like, I'm
Because
trying to
most of the
make
niggas that's complaining about it ain't never even really seen real racism. These is new niggas. All of these internet niggas right here, these is new niggas.
So are you saying black people in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism?
Yes, definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by
Okay, hold
somebody.
on. Here's the thing. According to Anton, yes, we do. We've skipped over racism 100%. That's because there's no racism in today's society that Anton acknowledges. Remember when that one woman called that black boy the N-word? That one Karen woman, forgot her name, when she was calling that 5-year-old the N-word? And they were talking about racist fatigue, or black fatigue, rather. Black fatigue. And here he goes, side on their side. He's always extending all of this grace and all of this leeway. And every time a black person complains about anything racist, every time a black person mentions anything racist, he's going to come up and then he's going to be all like, nope, that's not racist. That's not racist. That's not racist. So according to him, racism doesn't exist at all. Let him tell it. I want to show you guys this news clip real fast. for the people who say, well, you know, y'all don't really deal with racism no more. Racism isn't really a thing no more. Y'all just complaining about something you haven't lived, as if he knows how every single black person lives nowadays. But okay, look at this.
Right at the heart of Americans right now, we're talking about racial bias. And now today, a startling new study is out, and it finds that this can start as early as preschool.
Today, federal and state officials are reviewing this research just done by Yale University. One local psychologist says the research can do more harm than good. Here's our Serena Fazan.
Kendall Williams starts preschool in just weeks, but his dad's excitement for his son's next milestone is now dimmed.
It's very troubling, you know. That's why I think parents should be more involved into preschool and do your research on what preschool your children want to go to.
Arthur Williams is reacting to a new study out of Yale University, done at the request by the Department of Health and Human Services. The study suggests racism starts as early as preschool, and that black children are 3 times more likely to get in trouble over their white classmates.
We're talking about one study. Did the government say, okay, I want 17 studies done all over, and let's then gather all the research and look at it? Why is it only one study?
Psychologist Dr. Stacy Schechner, who has published numerous research documents of her own, feels the government has not collected enough data.
I really feel it's wrong that we spread this kind of information, because all we're doing is people who are already maybe racist or reverse racist are going to grab hold of anything they can find without really looking at the empirical research.
She questions how the research was done. Psychologists took a unique approach, gathering 130 child.
Those are your American psychologists who are trying to be white apologists, racist apologists. I want you to know, these are your psychologists who got all these degrees, who got all these credentials. There's going to be people who are reverse racist. Do you think that if you had a nationwide study, that it would get any better? Do you guys honestly believe that if this study was done nationwide, first off, the study was done by Yale University, so it wasn't just one single preschool for a week that they monitored. No, Yale doesn't do studies like that. Did they probably do a review of every single preschool in America? Probably not. But this study was not done by one single preschool. But here she is trying to defend the racism that exists in a preschool. This is a preschool, y'all. And you can tell this is true because this type of behavior is reflected all throughout school period, where black kids are more likely, 3 times more likely to be in trouble than their white counterparts, from preschool to kindergarten, to middle school, to high school, all of that.
Actors, and then having actual preschool teachers observe them, tracking their gazes with sophisticated technology. And while none of the video showed the kids misbehaving, the science, according to this chart, found teachers spent more time looking at black students over white classmates, most of them little boys.
How old were the teachers? Are they 21-year-old teachers? Are they 45-year-old teachers? How did they grow up? What did their parents teach them?
What do you think needs to happen?
I think they need more training. I think they need to be more evaluations and more, hands-on, and people need to be more aware.
That's what the study suggests. Dr. Schechner just hopes there's follow-through.
If we really want to solve a problem, then let's solve a problem. Let's not create more problems.
For the now, I'm Serena Fazan.
She says, let's not create. And see, this is why we're at where we're at. Because you'll have a racist Karen like her who's in charge of a preschool, and then when a black parent goes to the preschool and makes a complaint, she'll look at it and dismiss it. All types of race. Oh, well, we don't want to create reverse racism, which is not a thing. We don't want to create reverse racism, so you want to dismiss that. Okay? And these are the people. She's a psychologist, y'all. So she will be in charge of the preschool, and every single racist complaint that a black student makes, she's going to deny and dismiss that. She wouldn't do that if it was the white kids who said they were bullied. Oh, no, not at all. I just want y'all to know racism starts that early. Before you know how to count and know your ABCs, before you even old enough to tie your shoe, you're dealing with racism. So for Anton to sit up there and say, we haven't been through anything racist, we haven't done...
Yo, what up? This your boy, Cory.
No, he doesn't know that. And the statistics show that that is not the case.
So are you saying black?
And do y'all understand, when I was looking for that particular clip, do y'all know how many clips, how many videos I've seen We could spend a whole live stream just on preschool and kindergarten racism. A whole live stream, a whole couple hours just on racism that exists in kindergarten classes and preschool classes and preschools. Okay, these are babies, essentially. These are babies that are going through this. And speaking of babies, don't get me started on the hospitals. Don't even get me started on the hospitals and all of the medical racism that actual newborn babies and their mothers have to go through. You entering into the world facing racism. So Cory is 100% correct. If you black, yeah, you've seen it. Now there's levels to it. Maybe you haven't seen it as much as another person, but yeah, it exists because it exists for black people. It totally. There is no, well, only a few black people have seen racism. No, racism is a system. And if you live in America, you live in this system.
People in the United States, some of them have skipped over racism?
Yes, definitively.
Come on, man.
Definitively. You have a greater chance of being killed by somebody that look like you than to ever interact with somebody that don't look like you and kill you.
But do you
That's
understand?
a fact.
Do you understand that it's made like that on purpose? The
It's the system. The system against us. I got it.
Okay, but the position you and your people are in.
Who was my people?
Black people. Do you claim black people?
I'm a Christian first. I claim.
Well, I think something's wrong with that. If you don't want to say you're a black man first, I think something wrong with
black
that.
is a construct. They told you that you was black.
Okay, well,
that's
brown,
why you start
brown
believing it.
then.
No.
Maybe
We
I'm
not brown. We not black. We not none of that shit.
Oh, well, what are we?
We not. For me, I'm a believer in God. That's what I am. My foundation is always going to be Christianity, Christ, Jesus first. I don't claim none of that other shit. You're not gonna get me to believe in you based off of some shit that you can't control. You didn't.
All right. Okay, sound like Roland Martin. I'm a Christian. When you ask if you black, I'm a Christian. If you black, I'm a Christian. Now, you see that double speak, and this is why I wish Cory could have caught that. Let's be very honest. Because didn't you say, Cory, you said, first off, when he said, okay, what are we? He said, I'm a Christian. Okay, black was given to us. Okay, let's say we're not black anymore. What are you going to talk about then? Because you like to reprimand and you like to wave your finger at black people. Didn't you just say, Anton, he said that black people were the most racist people. Black people are more racist than anybody else. And then say, are you black? Oh, I'm not black. Black is a construct. Okay, so who is black then? I wish he would have caught that, because when I said that, when I saw him say that, I'm like, okay, when it's time to demonize black people, there are black people. But then when it's time to acknowledge that you are black, now you're just a Christian. Now there are no black people. Now black is just a construct, and now we're just human beings. We're just children of Christ. Now it's just that. Oh, hold on. It don't work that way. I swear I wish he would have caught that. But the whole thing of, he said before, well, black people kill other black people. Yes, that's true. That does not mean that racism does not exist. Most poor people are killed by other poor people. Okay? Most well-off people are killed by other well-off people. Okay? Most white people are killed by other white people. Most black people are killed by other black people. Why? Why? Because most of the time you're going to live next to the other person who is the same race or the same class as you. That's what's going to happen. Most poor white people live close to other poor white people. So most of the crime that they commit is done to other poor white people. Most middle class people, white people, live next to other middle class white people. So most of the crime that they do is done to other middle class white people. Most black people live next to other black people. So the crime that they do is going to be to other black people. And it goes that way all of the time. The only time where crime, violent crime, is pathologized is when it's black. That's the only time. Where, well, most of the time, if you get killed, yes, statistically, that's true. That's true. But you know what else is a statistic? Let me explain this to you, because this is flawed logic. And I want if you guys are in these situations, you guys to be able to catch it instantly, right? You are more likely, and I hope this doesn't happen to anybody, but you're more likely to get into a fatal car accident than you are to get into a fatal motorcycle accident. Okay? You're more likely. That does not mean, though, that motorcycles are safer than cars. It does not mean that. It means you are in a car way more often than you're on a motorcycle. There are people who spent their entire lives and never driven a motorcycle. I'm talking about people from childhood all the way up to adulthood. They never drove a motorcycle, but they've drove several cars or they've been in several cars. So yes, the likelihood of you getting into a car accident is going to be higher because you're always in cars. You're in cars so much more often than you are on a motorcycle. Even though a motorcycle accident is has a much higher chance of it being dangerous or fatal than a car accident. If somebody's driving and they hit a tree at 40 miles an hour, you have a much higher chance of survival if you're in the car than if you were on a motorcycle, even if you have a helmet on. And we all know that to be the case. But the thing is that what happens is you just are around things. It's about percentage, proximity. You have proximity because you kind of can be on a motorcycle. But if you're around something more, then the likelihood of that thing going wrong is going to be higher. If people drove cars and motorcycles 50-50, with that logic, motorcycles would be far more dangerous. You would see far more motorcycle accidents. The reason why you don't see as many motorcycle accidents is because most people drive cars. You understand? That's the reason. It's not because motorcycles are less dangerous. Okay? But if you actually even out the numbers and compare apples to apples, you will find out that motorcycles are more dangerous. So for black people, well, yeah, if a crime is committed to you, it's going to happen to a black person because you're around black people far more often than you're around white people or non-black people. But if you even out the numbers, you will see things are not the same. Okay? You can't be around black people 80% of the time and then white people 20% of the time and say, well, most likely if something bad happened to me, it would happen on the black side. Yeah, because that's almost all of the people you're around all of the time. That's flawed logic, and he knows it's flawed logic. And he's using flawed logic. So first off, he's pushing Cory's buttons, which is what he's trying to do. He's pushing Cory's buttons, and he's about to really start doing it in a second. He's pushing Cory's buttons, and he's trying to dodge around racism, acknowledging racism, period. Now, let's continue.
You didn't pick it. And the thing about other cultures, whether you're black, Chinese, Asians don't fuck with each other just because they're Asian. Chinese people and Japanese people and Taiwanese people, they're all different. Koreans are different. All white people don't fuck with all white people. So why do I have an obligation to fuck with somebody just because he black? Okay. And then the definition of how you define black is based off of something that a white man gave to you.
Okay. Well, trust me, brother. You white people, let me tell you something. I know Caucasian people.
Okay. I'm gonna be brief with that one. I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna say, dude, nobody's obligating you to mess with black people. Nobody's obligating you to do that. If y'all, for the people who are like, why do I have to? For the people who act like being pro-black, being for black people, caring about black people, wanting the best for black people, for the people who act like that is some type of burden on you, being pro-black is this crazy heavy burden on you that you shouldn't be responsible for, fine, don't be pro-black then. Nobody is begging anybody to be for their own people. Nobody's begging you. Mr. Christian, Mr. You're not black. Okay, black is just a construct, and you're not even black. You're just a Christian. No, fine. You stay over there then. I just can't help but notice that most of your commentary, your YouTube channel, isn't based off of Christianity. You don't talk about Christian issues. You talk about black people. Okay, because if you were just a Christian, you would talk about black people, white people, Hispanics, Asians. It wouldn't be just demonizing black people if it was just about Christianity. But nobody's making you be pro-black. Why do I have to be? No, you don't have to be anything. As a matter of fact, please don't. Please just stay over there. But the thing is, he brought up, what about Asians? What about Hispanics? They don't have to. No, they don't. And there's a lot of times where they don't get along. But you saw in 2021 with the Stop Asian Hate narrative that was going out, you saw how Asians, despite their ethnic differences, they all band together and they were like, stop Asian hate, stop Asian hate, stop Asian hate. You saw that because they understand that even though they have ethnic differences and ethnic issues, that as a group collectively, they have to do what's in the best interest for themselves. They understand that, okay, if Asians are being treated racist, the racist person who hates Asians is not going to tell the difference between a Japanese and a Chinese person when it comes to Asian hate, which is what they were saying. So you saw Asians, whether they are Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Thai, Filipino, they were all coming together to protect each other when the situation called for it. Okay? That's the same thing white people do. White people fight each other all of the time. Yet when they feel like the situation calls for it, which is when black people start mobilizing, when black people start getting together, that's when they feel the situation calls for it. They put their differences aside and they work together for the time being. This is what we're saying. We're not out here saying, have your arms open and give every single black person a big hug and a kiss. Nobody's saying that. But what we're saying, the essence of pro-blackness really is that when the time calls for it, which if you're black, the time is always calling for it. But when the time calls for it, we need to stick together to protect and empower the community. If you don't want to do that, fine. Nobody's making you do that. But don't preach and speak against people who are doing that. Let's continue.
That have looked at me and threw me licks. But I am from Chicago.
And I'm from Detroit.
It was Chicago is very segregated. I knew nothing about Caucasian people until I moved to Los Angeles. And a lot of the stories I heard, it turned out to be just that. But back to this Christianity, you have to understand this. You were taught that by the people who kidnapped you. Is that a lie?
Nope.
Okay, so
we was taught everything that you know on this earth, it was taught to you. The racism that you have in your heart, it was taught to you.
You say I'm racist?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I studied you.
Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see the deflection? Do you see that deflection? Now, when it comes to the concept of black, he says, well, black is just a concept. Black is what the white man told you. Black is what the white man told you. Okay. With that same logic, is Christianity not also what we were taught? Even if there were Christians before slavery, was Christianity also not forced on people? Has that not been the history of Christianity? Oh, well, and you see how he deflects that. Well, you're racist. What? What are you talking about? Why are you saying Cory's racist? That has nothing. You didn't address his point. That was a deflection. And unfortunately, it took. I wish Cory would have been able to capitalize off of that.
Wow.
This is why.
Where am I racist? I don't know a lot of racism in me. But maybe you can show me something I don't know.
We're going to get there.
I wanted you guys to start the show off in your own.
I wish Cory would have been able to circle back and capitalize off of that. Because he could have laughed that off and then went right back to the point. But Anton didn't want to address that point. He didn't want to get on that. Because if you have to get on Christianity being forced on people, then you would have to make white males look bad. And he doesn't want to do that. So he deflected and he gave an insult. He threw an insult. And at this point in time, insults had not been thrown. Anton is the first person who threw the insult. For everybody's all like, Cory got emotional. Anton was pushing Cory's buttons the whole time. Anton threw that insult out there because he knew that would take him off of the question at hand that Anton did not want to answer.
Like,
no, when brother Anton Daniels was talking to me on the phone, I knew that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things,
Yeah,
but I believe we can have a conversation like men. It's like a lot of stuff he said right now, I disagree with so much, but
both of us.
I'm going to try to make a point because I have the hopes. I have the hopes in reaching him in a way. You know what I'm saying? I know that ain't guaranteed. I'm not.
And I have the hopes that I'm gonna get y'all off of the Democratic plantation.
Yeah, because I don't know nothing about the Democratic plantation.
Everything that you speak of, it's a reflection of the same thing that they speak of. So you may not claim it, but you're a reflection of it.
Well, if I reflect something that is this Democratic plantation, I tell you what, I really don't study a Democratic plantation. I try to study being a stand-up human being where when I look in the mirror, I don't see a slick motherfucker. Right. That's who I am.
I'm with it.
I don't like slick motherfuckers.
That's the first thing we agreed on.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad we got there. But I get labeled all the time. I was talking to a young lady on the phone the other day, and she said, "I know you hate what's the lady who calls herself a doctor? I'm blanking right now.
Oh my God,
Dr. Bryant." And I'm like, I don't hate nobody. Where do you get hate from? And then I was on the internet. Every once in a while, I look at the pages that use my likeness and image and everything, and I listen to some of the stuff they said, and I was called bitter. And I don't know how to get money. But anyway, coincidentally, today I'm talking to a brother who knows how to work the internet well and get money.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's like everything comes in its season for a man like me. I don't say I got all the answers to everything, but I am willing to talk logically to people who I feel like are able to communicate. That's what I'm saying. Because like the stuff you say, and you know, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck
yeah, 100%. And I mean, that's your personality too. Like,
and it would be boring to hear just one person's take or views on things. This makes it interesting.
Excuse me, ma'am. You need a mic, ma'am. You can ask on the mic. Goddamn.
Anton, just a clarifying question. What about, are you comparing racism with prejudice? Is it? Do you think Black people can truly be?
Listen to this. This is a very, very important question. Listen to this. Very important. Very important.
Racist, or are we just prejudiced?
No, I think that there's a lot of people that hate white people, like straight up hate white people, and it's very unfortunate because they're not even the ones that's winning over here. We compare ourselves against a group of people that the majority of them is on food stamps and welfare. They would be a disappointment to their ancestors.
Right, but isn't true racism a system that controls access to, you know?
Well, that's the argument, right? The argument is
we can't make sure white people don't get access to certain schools and you know, programs and things like that.
The main way that they
correct, 100% correct. Okay, that is 100% correct. Racism is a system. Okay, they've tried to hide the true definition of it, but we know what it is now. Okay, and and the problem that they're having is that there are really too many Black people who really do know what racism really is. Now, before, they tried to make racism this very vague, ambiguous thing where you couldn't really tell. Like, that's why they came up with well, hold on, I have a Black friend, so, you know, I do like some Black people, you know what I'm saying? I'll even let them come to my house one time for some dinner. We had some turkey sandwiches. So there's no way I'm racist. They've tried to make it some vague thing, and an enemy that is vague, that you can't really tell, a system that is vague, a system that hides in the shadows is hard to dismantle. You can't really, is difficult, not that you can't, but it's difficult to dismantle a system when everything is vague and ambiguous and nobody can speak about it. And the people who are speaking about it, they don't know who to point. They don't know what to blame. They don't know what to solve. If you don't know what the problem is, then you don't know what to solve. They know that, damn, we're in a bad position, but you don't know how to get out the position because you don't really know what the problem is, because everything is vague. It's confusing. This is why we're getting so far so quickly and we're so effective, because we're not confused. Like, unfortunately, our people have been in previous generations. We know what racism is. Racism is just the system of white supremacy, because there is no other system. There is nobody else at the top of the racial hierarchy than the Caucasian race. None. So we know what that is. And she brought up a good point. There can be people who are prejudiced, people who are biased against other people's races, but black people, we don't have the societal privilege, because that's what it is, a societal power and privilege and position that can disenfranchise anybody else's race. None. We are not allowed to be in a position to disenfranchise anybody else economically, socially, politically, in any way, period. Yet they are allowing other people to come over here, hell, immigrants coming over here who can undermine us and disenfranchise us politically, socially, economically, even when it comes to doing harm and killing black people, black kids with impunity. We can't do that. Not that we would want to, but we can't do that to anybody else. We can't go out there victimizing other people, all right? When you talk about racism, racism is the fact that you had this go on. You had a grown man, George Zimmerman, hunt down and lynch a kid, a child, and he got to walk. Now, you know for a fact that if it was Trayvon Martin, who was what, I think he was like 39, 30, in his late 30s, early 40s. If it was Trayvon Martin in George Zimmerman's position, and George Zimmerman in Trayvon Martin's position, Trayvon Martin wouldn't have saw the light of day after that. He would still be in prison. He would be in prison if he would be alive, to be honest. We wouldn't even know if he would have been alive. Let's be very honest with you. Okay? That is racism. Because you are, first off, you are giving people, like Dr. King said, an economic floor so they can survive in preventing us from having one, stopping us from having one, blocking reparations, which they didn't do to the Japanese, which they didn't do to the quote unquote red natives, okay, which they didn't do to the Irish, which they didn't do to a bunch of other people, but they stop us from getting it. And not only that, they allow all of these other people that they give privileges to and preferential treatment to disenfranchise us. That is racism. If I say I don't like the way white people smell, that is not racism. That is not affecting, disenfranchising, harming, or impeding on anything that white person has going on. Nothing. Okay? Nothing. I can't do that. We have so many viral videos of Karens picking up the phone, even the one from New York. You guys remember the one from New York? I'm gonna call the police. And I will tell them that a black man is attacking me, because she knew, because she is white and he is black, she can weaponize the police against him. She knew that. She knew that because she knew that that's what Carolyn Bryant did to Emmett Till, and she faced no consequences for that. That's racism. That is racism there. That, you know, you being a white woman, you can lie on a black male, child or man, grown man or child, and you know that they will face consequences, and if it comes back that you lied, you will face none. So there's literally no punishment, no repercussions for you lying on black people. That is racism. All right? Then he goes on to spin that. He spins that because he doesn't want to acknowledge real racism.
To be empowered to be racist, to be quite honest.
See, that's what I was going to say. That's the argument that black people make, is that you can't be racist if you can't actually have an impact on another group of people. So it's supposedly systemic. It's false. Really? I just seen a guy that used to be the president of the United States of America, that wanted to become the president of the United States of America for the second time, almost get everything taken away from him. Literally. And he was basically being taken down by black people. Kamala Harris, Letitia James, who was the, in New York, Fani Willis, down in Georgia. All of those are black women, specifically that met with Kamala Harris months before they actually started this campaign during the Biden administration. And it's so funny to me, because then I have to ask.
During the Biden administration, is Biden not a white man? No, even in this situation, you don't even want to acknowledge Biden is a white man who was the president, who was in charge of all of them. Because it wasn't just Letitia James and first off, Kamala's not even black, but it wasn't just them. It was the whole party, and the party of the Democratic Party is ran by white men. It wasn't black. And you say black people. No, first off, it was certain members in the Democratic Party that colluded together to stop Donald Trump, and that party was ran by white men. But he's trying to use the fact that the party tried to take down Trump, which they did not successfully do, mind you, because if he's going to use that as an example of racism, he failed because they didn't stop Trump. They made an attempt and they couldn't stop him. But if he's going to use that example, why are you? He's literally omitting all of the white people who were involved in that. He's only putting focus on and highlights on the black women, the like literally 3 black women who were involved. It was really only 2 because Kamala's not black, but you know. You see how he's dancing around it? See, he can, man, I'm gonna tell you. He's lucky that people weren't able to really catch him in real time like that.
Myself the question, well, listen, if this is a construct, and if it's all about white people, and all of the energy is going towards a person that black people fucked with before he actually ran for president of the United States of America, but we champion Barack Obama.
Not me.
No. Take yourself out of it. We're talking about the culture. It may not necessarily be you individually, but we as a culture fuck with him.
Fuck with who?
Barack Obama and his wife. We fuck with him. As a culture, we champion him. We absolutely do. And he didn't give y'all shit except for gay marriage.
You know I know that. That's why.
Okay, no. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all mess with Barack Obama? Do y'all mess with Barack Obama or Michelle Obama? If y'all don't mess with, because I don't. If y'all don't mess with, put the X emoji in the chat room. Put the X emoji in the chat room. I'm trying to see something. Because Obama has been trying to get influence in the black community. If we really revered Barack Obama the way Anton is saying he was, Kamala would be president right now. If we really revered Obama the way Anton is saying that we do, hell, Hillary Clinton would have been president. Okay? Black people don't really rock with Obama like that. You got a handful of shills who will always rock with him, will always find someone. Oh, he was the first. You don't understand. He was the first black president. No, for the most part, no, not really. Obama and Michelle both got books that black people ain't buying. Black people ain't having no mass book sales of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama's books. They have a podcast right now that you haven't heard of because nobody goes to that. Nobody cares what they have to say. Okay? Nobody cares what they have to say. The only time I see any black person today bring them up is in a negative way. They don't be mentioned in a positive way. They might stay around some echo, like an echo chamber where they got shields around them, where everybody there is on a payroll and will smile ear to ear when they see Obama or when they see Michelle. But when you talk about the culture, no. And that's not, and what are we talking about now? You see how Antoine is swerving the conversation? You're swerving the conversation to dodge what real racism is. She asked you, do you think that there's a difference between being racist and prejudiced? And now he's all the way off to like losing people on, man, y'all really mess with Obama and he gave you gay marriage. Okay, whatever. Can we get back to the point? But you see, I will give him this. He's tactful with dodging questions. He's tactful with dodging questions. Because he doesn't only dodge, he goes on a little monologue and will lose you in whatever statement he made that avoids the question. And now you're really following what Anton is saying. Anton said this, now you're stuck on whatever point he made instead of the original question at hand. You lost your own question, which has happened a few times in this conversation. Whatever question you asked, you lost your own question, and now you're addressing the thing, and he says it, and he makes it very outlandish for that reason. For that reason. You're addressing now his point. Let's continue.
I ain't arguing with you on this
So
point.
absolutely I vote.
Are you independent? What do you?
I'm a Republican.
You didn't know that?
I'm a straight up and down Republican. And matter of fact, people need to really understand their history because Republicans were the party of black people. It's the original party of black people. They were the party that actually freed the slaves. Lincoln was a straight up Republican. When you're talking about the emancipation, when you're talking about 1865, when you're talking about what we stood for, as conservative means that we're Christians. It means that we don't fuck with that gay shit. I'm telling you,
Right,
what it
you don't
stands
fuck
for.
with you don't fuck with the backdooria shit.
I don't.
I don't either. I don't.
That's what it's saying. What it means to be a Republican is this, because a lot of people like to say,
because this is backdooria Republicans.
And we were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents. We were taught by our parents that we vote Democrat no matter what, right? Regardless of what they stand for, regardless of the agendas that they push, regardless of how much nonsense that we see in our communities, regardless of how many Democrats actually destroyed our cities from Chicago to Detroit, all across the board. We were taught to vote that no matter what. You vote Democrat no matter what.
I agree.
But this is the difference between the parties on a very fundamental level, not complicated at all.
Really? You finna say there's a difference between the parties?
This is the difference.
I can't wait to hear this.
No. You may say that it's the same type of politicians that take advantage of the taxpayers and take advantage of the people. The difference in the parties historically is Republicans want less government so you can do what the fuck you want to do. And Democrats want more control, so they want to control what your money is, where your tax dollars go, and what you can do with your money.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this.
That's the fundamental difference.
I'm gonna tell you this. And you don't have to believe me, but I'm just telling you.
I'm listening.
The people in charge are not Democrats or Republicans.
I understand.
Kamala Harris is allowed to do whatever she's done.
We get that.
This new president, he's allowed to do whatever he is willing to do, or they allow him to do.
Facts.
Everything is allowed. There are people in charge of this nation that flat out run shit. And if ain't nobody got the power to uproot them, then we're going to keep having people paying a whole bunch of money for houses and a fire hydrant don't work in front of it, but they'll charge you for the fire hydrant in front of your house.
But we got a less than 20% voter turnout rate in the local elections.
Well, you understand voting don't work, right?
It does work.
How?
It does, but you just missed it.
I heard everything you said. I can't wait till you tell me how voting makes a difference in this country.
We have a less than 20% voter turnout rate and local.
Ain't nobody going for the sucker shit no more. We got to go.
You're missing it.
You got to uproot the people in power before a real difference happens. Voting is for suckers.
It's not. People that don't vote are ignorant as fuck.
Well, I guess I'm ignorant because I would never participate in no
people
sucker
that
shit.
don't vote.
I'm gonna show up and vote like a sucker.
And not only is it ignorant.
We had Republican presidents. We had Democratic presidents. We in the same joint.
I'm talking about locally. You talking about national.
I don't give a fuck if it's local.
It matters.
If you vote,
absolutely
that means you in line.
No, if you vote first, the first thing that it means is that you respect your ancestors that died for your right to be able to do it.
Your ancestors
it's so funny to
didn't
me.
do it like this.
Because
people went to war when the government tried to overthrow the people and the power of the people. It was wars. There hasn't been a war inside the U.S. where the people who getting fucked over are doing something about motherfuckers with 30 felonies being the president. It's all sucker shit.
It's a war every day. It's just not physical anymore.
Well, that's the problem. We need physical wars.
It's not.
Until motherfuckers ready to jump it off,
it's not.
We're going to always be talking. But see, real gladiators don't talk. Real gladiators make it happen. And the gladiators, I ain't gonna lie, we are under control right now. We haven't rose up and did what needs to be done.
Who are you under control by?
It ain't. You under control by the people who will motherfucking blow this motherfucker up. We ain't stupid.
Who is he? Because I want to know.
Why do you think that ICE agent was able to shoot that woman?
I want to know who the. Hold on. Let's be real. Fuck that woman.
Well, that's what you would say to somebody you don't know or whatever.
No.
I'm on the street.
Okay, I let that play out for a little bit. Let's get to this. All right. As far as the voting thing, Cory's not really correct with that. Cory is correct, but he's not all the way correct. Okay. When we say voting, for instance, when we talk about the couch, what we're saying is that we're not going to allow our vote to be exploited. We're not going to allow our ballot to be exploited. But the whole argument that anybody who votes ever, period, is a sucker is no, come on, that's not true. That's not true. And for you to say even voting locally doesn't matter is not true. That's just not true. It's literally is untrue. We've gotten things, we've progressed things politically through voting, okay? So voting is a big deal. Now, the problem we have in modern society today is that all of the politicians refuse to do anything, and they're all benign neglect now. That's the thing. But for you to make the argument that anybody who votes, even locally, whether it's their city council, whether it's the mayor, whether it's whatever politician, whether it's a judge, whether it's this, is a sucker. No, that's not true. And then it gets to what we really need to do is we really need to have a whole revolution. We need to have an armed revolution. Okay, listen. For the people, and I will, come on, we got to be honest. Anton is correct with this. It is a war every day. We are literally going through war. We're under siege. It is not physical, but it is political. All right. It's just war without bloodshed. It's a cold war. What Black America is going through right now, today, in 2026, is a cold war. It's not a war where they are directly physically doing stuff, even though there are instances where that happens, where you have police officers, George Zimmerman's, school shootings, and things of the sort. But it's a cold war where they're using things and they're disenfranchising people through other means. So that's what we're going through. All right. So it is a war. And I'm not saying that an armed revolution ain't the solution. I'm not even saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is, but I'm not saying it's not. But I'm saying that we should use every single option available to us. Okay? Voting is an option that can be beneficial when a candidate is correct, when a candidate is right. When we make don't just vote just to vote, but vote when the candidate is correct and when the candidate is going to do something that's aligned with the best interest of your community. That's when we do it. All right? So when people make the whole thing like, no, man, we just need to pick up arms and go attack the people in charge, that's not going to work, and that's not going to get anywhere. You know, when people say stuff like that, it comes off honestly as you really don't know what to do. So you're saying something and you're putting this very unfeasible solution out there that we all need to, Black people together need to come together and bear arms and then just attack the elite and then overturn uproot and overturn the country. That's not feasible. Come on now. And I'm not saying that I am a Second Amendment practicer. I practice my Second Amendment. Okay. And I'm quite good at it, if I do say so myself. All right. And I encourage everybody to practice their Second Amendment and be prepared for everything. So I'm not against that at all. But the solution to empowering the community is an armed revolution. Okay, come on now. Let's come to earth now. Come on now. Because it's coming off like you really just don't know what to do. This conversation like this, your limit has been reached. Now you're just saying stuff. Like, come on now. That's not true. Come on now. Let's continue.
I've been pulled over by the police.
Who ain't on the streets?
Or
I'm in
ICE
Detroit.
agents or whatever.
You in LA. I'm in Detroit. I'm in the blackest city in the United States of America. I can move anywhere I want to go. I choose to stay in the core of my city, and I choose to participate in my neighborhood. I choose to tithe to the streets. I choose to put kids through college. I choose to interact and truly use my tax dollars and whatever it is and give jobs. I employ over 50 people. I put my money in my community with my people. So I choose to engage. So when we talking about being in the streets, that don't count to me. I don't
Well,
hear
that's
that
what
shit.
should count.
I don't hear that
Because
shit.
out there in the streets where the people live that you helping, they could get pulled over and shot by a cop, and an investigation will be said. But here's the truth: we know, if I believe you know this already, when the cops shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Oh my God, this is so crazy.
Do you think that's wrong? What I said?
This is so insane.
Is that what I said? I
This
said
is
when the
so
cops
insane.
shoot you, ain't nothing you can do about it. Is that a lie?
This is so insane.
But you didn't answer it. Like,
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this: the majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all Black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
it's easy to
You're
say
not- you're
all
not
Black
gonna
people are
gaslight me.
stupid as an example. Say something about the white people.
No. You're not. I don't think you got
people all the time. Well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me?
I
Because I
talk
don't
about
know.
liberal
I hear
white
you talking
women
about-
literally being the biggest enemy of the United States.
Okay. Let me be honest, Cory. This is Cory. Cory starts to, get heated. His buttons is pressed. But Anton, what was that about? You saw he just pivoted that conversation, and Anton has done this the entire time. Oh, did we say that every single cop shoots black people? Was that what Cory said? Does he say that every time you get pulled over by the police, you're going to get shot? Did he say that at all? No, he did not say every single time a black person gets pulled over, they get shot up by the police. No, but he said that if it does happen, which it does happen, there's a quote unquote investigation, but there's nothing that black people can do. They have the power to do so. Okay. And here Cory goes to defend the cop, saying that that's like saying all black people are stupid. What? What do you now every single time Anton doesn't like the point that is made, he diverts it and makes a whole new conversation. Now you're talking about something completely different instead of acknowledging and sticking to the point. Every time he does that, that means he's afraid to acknowledge whatever point that was made. Okay, because he says, well, sometimes, well, to be honest, not most of the time. Not most of the time. Especially historically speaking. Now, recently, in the last few years or so, things are beginning to change, and a lot of that is due to social media. Truth be told, a solid majority of that is due to social media. But most of the times when they do it, they get away with it. A solid majority of the time when they do it, they get away with it. But Anton, Mr. Christian, doesn't want to acknowledge that. Mr. I'm not black, I'm Christian doesn't want to acknowledge that. That's the Christian thing to do, not to acknowledge that sin, huh?
States of America. That's the thing I say every single day.
Female, the biggest
literally white liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the core.
No, I think you're doing what's easy.
No. I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that, but here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white males responsible for in this country as the downfall of it?
Equal accountability smoke giver.
No, he's not. No, he is not. And we all know that for a fact. He is not. He does not go after white men. First off, he don't really go after white liberal females like that either. If you review his content, go to his channel, he does not do that at all. He's lying. Go to his, actually, I'm going to go to his page right now. Hold on. Let me show you. I'm going to show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. Hold on. Hold on. And we're just going to see exactly what's going on. We're going to see. Let me go to his page. Okay. We're going to see exactly, and we're going to count. And if he goes after them more often, then I stand corrected then. Okay. All right. So this is his page. This is his, hold on. Where is it? This is his page. Can I share? Oh, okay. There we go. Let me share it. Let me share it with you guys. Let me make it somewhat bigger, right? Y'all can see it, right? Let me get this. Let me move this off. Maybe y'all can see it like that. This is his page. This is live. All right. So you can see right here. Now, he's been talking about that situation with ICE. And notice how he says liberal white women. He's not talking about just white women in general. He has to specify, has to put that disclaimer out there. Liberal white women, not white people. Okay. And he's talking recently about the things in Minnesota. So, okay, you got 4 videos. Now, he does do live streams, but you got 4 videos out there. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Then here he goes. Okay, this is black people right here that he's talking about. Black people over here. He's talking about black people. That's ICE. These are Asians. These are another liberal white women. That's Drewski. Okay. All of this stuff is kind of recent. Then he's talking about black people in here. This situation again, black people here, ICE, defending ICE, dating. That's not really about liberal white women. Somalian people. Okay. Somalian people. Let's go to his most popular videos. Because what he does is what a lot of YouTubers do. They'll do a live stream for like 3 hours and then break it down. So all of these are really like one live stream, to be honest with you. A lot of times. So we'll go to the most popular videos he has. Most popular videos he has, okay. Black people, black people, black people, black men, black people, because this is about food stamps, black people, okay, black people, black people, black people. Oh, well, I guess that's Kamala. So that's not black. Black people, black people, black people, black people. California, black people, Taylor Swift, black people, black people. Not really black people, black people. These are his most popular videos that he built his brand off. Black people, black people. All of this stuff, black people, black people. Oh, hold on, they're not black. Hold on. I'll give them that. Black people, black people, black people. I'm showing you this to show you this is what he built his brand off of, okay? He's most known, and he has multiple YouTube channels too. He's most known for talking about black people. He will talk about white liberals. I will give him that, okay? I'm not going to deny that. We just proved that he will talk about white liberals, okay? Which is interesting because if you're going to talk about liberals, why are you talking specifically about the females? Why are you not saying the white male liberals? Why are you not saying that? Why are you just only addressing the females? Are the male liberals doing less damage than the female liberals are? When you see a protest, are you only seeing, I've never seen a protest of only females and no males. I've never seen that. But his thing is he doesn't want to address white males, period. White men are off limits for him. White women, you can kind of say something as long as they're liberal. You can kind of say something as long as they're liberal, you'll get a little bit of leeway, which is why he has to put that boldly in the title that they're liberal. Okay? You get a little bit of leeway talking about liberal white women because white men don't like black dudes talking about their women like that. They get a little protective when you do too much, when you go too far. Okay? So you got to make sure you put a disclaimer like, I'm not talking about white women. I'm talking about white liberal women. That's what he has to do. But he built his career off of talking about black people. Okay, that's what most of his videos are about. I just showed you the most popular videos. Even if we go to the live streams that he's had, hold on. Because he does do live streams on his channel. He hasn't done one in a while because he hasn't done one since Charlie Kirk, so I guess that doesn't even really count like that. He hasn't done one since Charlie Kirk, actually. All right. Let's continue. Let's go back to this clip right here. All right.
Talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men since you've been up here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you taking
Well, you ain't been listening. Equal accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men since you've been up here.
You ain't been listening. You ain't been listening.
I've been listening to you.
No, you haven't.
I hear you
you
taking
you don't have the capacity to be able to listen because you're too busy.
No. You got me wrong.
You're too busy.
My capacity that you just criticized, that's an opinion. Here's the fact. Have you seen something about Caucasian males and how they destroy this nation? Well, what did I miss?
Let's slow down because
he said absolutely. What did I miss? Let's slow down. Do you see that? And I wish, I really do. Cory would have stuck to that. Because this entire time, Anton did not mention white men at all in a negative sense. Every time white men was mentioned, he defended it. Every single time white men was mentioned, it was a justification. It was a defense. It was black people are more racist. It was this. He never had that energy. This whole podcast, he hasn't had that energy. Okay. When Cory says, what did I miss? And then he's like, let's slow down. That's because he didn't know how to pivot that conversation. So he tried to reset it. When they do that, anytime, if you're in that situation, when they do that, stick to the point. Make sure you home in on that. That's them conceding. and they're trying to leave through the back door. They're trying to take a quiet exit. They're exiting the building because they lost. They know that they lost. Make them stick on that. Stick to that point. Now here he is trying to reset so he can recalibrate, and then he's going to pivot to something else. I'm going to be honest, Anton is a professional at that, and Cory is a comedian, so this isn't really his lane. So I get it, but you just got to understand who you're dealing with.
Talking loud, but you're not saying a lot.
No, you talking loud, and you still talking around. What did the Caucasian male do to America to bring it down?
I'm not getting into that.
You dancing around it, and that's why I lose respect for you when you start dancing and kissing Caucasian males' ass.
But I don't.
Don't do that in front of me because I'm not an ass kisser of nobody.
Yes, you are. You suck the dick of black people right now. You doing the easy shit. What you do, let me tell you what you do.
No, let me tell you something, homie. I don't suck dick.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
So fix
You're doing
that.
it right now.
I don't suck dick.
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Homie, I don't do no dick sucking shit. I'm a motherfucker.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Cory is from Chicago. That's not. Listen, I'm telling you, that's not. You can't do that. You can't do that. And here's the thing: Anton is supposed to be from Detroit, so he should know the rules are pretty much the same over there. As far as what I know from the people I know from Detroit, rules are at least similar. So Anton should know. Now here's the thing, and to be fair. Right before that, Cory said, "You kissing white ass," which is also offensive. So here's the thing. You can't be really heated when somebody says something about you if you can't keep your composure. And if you want to say stuff to other people, you got to be able to handle that back. You can't say, "Oh, you're kissing white ass," and then when somebody says something about you, now you want to get up out your seat. Fair. However, with that being said, saying that you're kissing somebody's ass versus saying that you're sucking somebody off is a very different thing. That's a very different thing. Okay? And I showed you guys in the beginning, that's when Cory started to get heated, which is what happens when you know the other person is deflecting, but you just can't catch them. It's not your lane. So you can't catch them doing it, and you get frustrated and heated. And Anton knew how to push Cory's buttons. Okay? He knew how to push Cory's buttons. And Anton knew that statement right there on the street is considered fighting words. Because he not only did he say it one time, because let me show you. I wanted you to see the facial expressions too, because that's very important. That's very important. Let me take this back a couple seconds.
You suck the dick of black people right now. You doing the easy shit.
And he's doing it. Okay. All right. Now you see that Cory paused. Cory paused. He didn't say anything. He didn't have a reaction right there. I know this look in a man's face. I know that look. And if as a man, you know this look too. You know this look means this conversation is about to turn physical. We're about to stop talking at this point. This is not going to be a conversation. This is going to go left by if you say something else, this is not going to be a conversation. That's what that pause means. The second I saw it, I'm like, damn. That pause was him processing, like, I cannot believe I'm telling you, that pause meant something.
You do? Let me tell you what you do.
No, let me tell you something.
Even old girl looked back like, oh damn.
I don't suck dick.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
So fix it.
And he said, "Hey, I don't do that. I don't do that." Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. He's pressing that was a sassy way to press his buttons because you knew it had triggered him. And then you like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Okay.
Right now.
I don't suck dick.
You doing it right now.
Homie, believe me when I tell you. I don't do that. I don't do that.
Listen.
So don't come at me with no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Homie, I don't.
Do you see that? He said, let's switch seats. And the old girl's like, no. And he damn near threw her out the seat. Did y'all catch that?
No, I'm gonna give you the same energy you give me.
Let's switch seats. Let's switch seats. I'm with it. Homie, I don't do no dick sucking shit.
Oh, she didn't have a choice. He used his arm and shoved her up out that seat.
I'm a motherfucking man. I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I don't give a fuck about none of
Well, I tell you what, watch that dick sucking shit, because that'll go bad.
Call it what you want.
I don't do no dick sucking,
You say a
homie.
lot of shit that I don't fuck with either. You
Okay, but that gay shit, oh, you
I don't give a fuck about what you talking
Hey, homie,
about.
I tell you what.
I'm right here.
Don't put no dick sucking shit. Don't put no dick sucking shit on me, nigga.
I'm from Detroit.
Say I
right now.
suck a dick again.
I'm right here, right now.
All right, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna respect you.
Dance around it. Dance around it.
No. I'm
I don't do no dick sucking shit.
I'm gonna respect you because it's your platform, and I flew out here to have a conversation.
We good.
But
We
you're not
good.
bossing up on me.
Yo,
We good. I did already. I don't do dick sucking
Put the
shit.
microphone right down,
Yo.
right now. I'm going up back. I don't give a fuck about this shit.
Homie, you just running your mouth.
I'm not running my mouth.
got a
You
question
running
for
your mouth.
Anton.
I don't do
You
no
doing
dick
this shit for
sucking
the
shit.
internet. You doing it for the internet. Now, if you want to say your time, no, hold on. If you want
I'll
to say
show
Anton,
you I ain't doing it for the internet.
if you want to say Anton, listen, don't disrespect me like that. If you want to say Anton, don't disrespect me like that. I'll respect you, but don't boss up on me because you said a lot of shit to me today that I don't fuck with either. But I let that shit ride because you don't know me. You don't know me. So I'm gonna extend the same respect to you. You called me out of my name. You said some wild shit, especially with regard to how we call this nigga out his name. Nigga, I'm telling you that you did. You can't tell me how I get respected.
I got a question for bro.
Okay.
No. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. We just getting loud. I ain't gonna get loud.
Then don't switch seats.
No, this is my show. This is my show.
That's cool, but I take that shit as a threat.
Okay, well, it is a threat if you calling me dick sucking. I don't dick suck, my nigga.
Man, fuck what you talking about.
I don't
bro.
dick suck.
If you want to get back to the conversation, because you ain't gonna do shit. Because you're not gonna do
Come
shit.
at me with that dick sucking shit again, nigga.
You're not gonna
Come
do
at me with. Say I suck dick again, nigga.
We can go out back right now.
Fuck I am.
We can go out back right now. I'm with it.
I bet you won't say that shit.
We can go out back right now.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Hey,
No, it's just not respect.
I'm saying, okay. All right, then. All right. Listen, let me tell y'all something. And the conversation, don't stop there. Let me tell y'all something. The whole we can go out back now. As men, that's not how stuff go. If somebody is disrespecting you right then and there, okay, you trying to go back, that is a strategy to stall for an exit plan, because Anton bought security. And he knows for a fact if he was to turn the other corner, his security would stop that. Anton was trying to get in a position where, first off, if he did get hit, it wouldn't be on camera. He didn't want nothing to pop off in the camera. He didn't want to get roughed up on camera. That would have been too embarrassing. Okay. And he wanted to get to a point where his security is right there, and his security would have prevented anything from going on. So that's the second he got up, and let me show you again. Let me show you. The second, why did that button? Okay.
We go back right now. I'm with
Okay.
You're not gonna do shit.
Say I suck dick.
The second Cory put the microphone down, which shows that both his hands are free. He was holding the microphone and he put it down on the table. You saw Anton get up.
We can go out back right now. We can go out back right now. I'm with it.
I bet you won't say that shit.
We can go out back right now.
He got up because he didn't want to be in his face anymore. Because at that point, it's a split-second decision. It's a trigger right then and there. That he got back up. He got up and walked around the table. He didn't just stand up and say, we can go in the back right now. He stood up and walked on the other side of the chair and created some distance between him and Cory and said, yeah, we can go in the back. I'm with it. We can go in the back. We can go in the back. He created a safe distance for Cory to then say, we can go in the back. He didn't say that in his face. He didn't. Okay. Just so you know that that was a strategy so he can protect himself.
I got money for all this. Whatever.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
Hey,
No,
I don't know why Anton's voice got really high pitch. His voice just got really high pitch right now. It really did.
it's not respect.
I ain't falling for the. I ain't falling. Dolly, get out the way. Don't get in the way of two niggas. Let me tell you something, homie. I ain't got to go out back right now because we got to go out back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit.
Let me say something to the women, to the ladies. Because I see women doing that stuff like that too, right? I see women, and I get you trying to, she's trying to protect Cory from messing up. Because if Cory would have hit Anton, Anton would have sued. It would have been an issue. So she's trying to calm Cory down, and I respect that. But at a certain point in time, you can't physically stop these two men. Both these men are much bigger than you. There is absolutely nothing you can physically do if they, first off, if they did start throwing blows at each other. Let me show you guys the size difference. They would have swung right over her. Look at the difference in size. Hold on. Between them two. Hold on.
I got money too. Don't nobody give a fuck about that shit.
No, it's just not respect.
I ain't falling for it. I ain't falling. Don't leave.
There's nothing she could have done. She couldn't have done anything. I get her wanting to protect Cory, wanting to calm Cory down and make sure he didn't make a mistake. I get it. Because I see that happening all the time where two men are fighting and the girlfriend tries to break it up. Listen, sisters, there's nothing you can do at that point. The best advice I would give you is to start saying something on the side. Do not be in arm's reach at all, period. Maybe get to the side and try to calm him down, try to say something. Do not be in arm's reach. Okay. Don't do that. Because as a matter of fact, you doing that is only going to provoke an incident by you trying to do that. That's the kind of crazy, ironic part about it. By you actually getting in the way and you saying something and he's saying something about it and that's actually going to make the situation worse. So yeah, y'all got to move that. Please, I see that stuff too often. There's nothing y'all can do. I know you're trying, but there's nothing you can do.
Get out the way. Don't get in the way of two niggas. Let me tell you something, homie. I ain't got to go out back right now because we got to go out back to lead this motherfucker. But I'm saying that dick sucking shit, watch that. That's all I'm saying. And if I don't say it how you like it,
if you want to get back to the conversation, we can get back to the conversation.
But just know,
I'm not listening to none of that shit, bro.
Nigga.
I'm not listening to none of that shit. If you want to get back to the conversation,
long as you
we
know.
can get back to the conversation.
Long as you know.
No, you not that tough.
Okay, and then they went on break. All right, cool. They went on break. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get to the super chats real quick. Let's get to the super chats. Let's get to Fred. Fred says Anton uses the N-word too much. That's not how we use the N-word. Okay, it's not FBA. It might not be. He might not be FBA. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know where he's from. And with me, I don't just randomly guess. I'm not going to be like, he might be Haitian. He might be Nigerian. He might be Caribbean. He might be this. Look, my responsibility to you all is not to guess. Okay? There's other people who can guess, and that's good for them. I feel like I have a responsibility to fact check information. I don't even feel like it. I know I have a responsibility to fact check information. If I have a theory of something, I will let you know my theory. If I think something, I will let you know what I'm thinking. For instance, Brandon Johnson. I'm betting that he isn't FBA. I think he is a tether. I don't know he is a tether. So I can't say with conviction that I know something that I don't know. All right. Now, if I find it out, I'll let y'all know. Y'all be the first people to know if I find it out and I can verify it. Okay. But I got too many people pointing me in too many directions to really trust exactly where it is if I haven't seen any proof. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a responsibility to you all to be accurate and truthful and honest. But I don't think he is personally. I don't think he is. Personally, if I was a betting man, I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I don't think he is, but I don't know, but I don't think he is personally. All right. Eva sent a super sticker. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Omar says Anton is a self-hating grifter that shows money doesn't buy integrity. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't buy it. All right. It doesn't buy manhood. It doesn't buy masculinity. It doesn't buy integrity. This is why, and here's how you know they don't have integrity. Him and all of the non-white people on the conservative side, okay, who hide behind their Christian values. Because the thing is that he said being a Christian and being a conservative is the same thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. When you talk about being a conservative as far as American politics is concerned, being a Republican as far as American politics are concerned, that doesn't mean Christianity. There are a lot of Republicans who are not Christian, and there are a lot of Christians who are not Republican. So yeah, you can't make Christianity and Republican tie together like it's the same thing, which is what they try to do. Because anytime you try to acknowledge or hold a political party accountable, they will hide behind their religious beliefs. They will use their religious beliefs for that. Okay. And you see all of them who are on the, I guess, conservative side, whether that's him, whether that's other people who make conservative kind of black MAGA content. You see, they'll talk about black people. They'll make their whole content talking about black people all they want to. Black people this, black people this, black people this. The black fatigue. Oh, black women ghetto, black men thugs, black crime, black this, Chicago, all of that. They'll briefly kind of touch on white liberal women, but they don't talk about white men at all. They know it's a line not to be crossed. They don't mention white men under any circumstance. And that's not tough. That's not what a brave man, a man with integrity and character does. For him to say he's a Christian first before he's black, that's not somebody who believes strongly in their faith and in principle and righteousness does either. Okay? If you're a person who feels like wrong needs to be called out, you call out wrong, period. It doesn't matter who does it. But when you're very selective with who you call out, when there's certain people that you will not address, you will not touch, and if somebody is addressing them, here you go as their defense attorney trying to prevent them from any accountability, that makes you wrong. You're not somebody who brings forth some type of solution. He says he's a solution-oriented person. He doesn't bring solutions to the table. Okay, because the people who are problematic, he defends. People who defend other wrong people are not solution-oriented people. He's not a solution-oriented individual. If he's going to defend the sins, he's a Christian. If he's going to defend the sins of the white male and protect their image, protect their brand, protect them from any accountability from black people, even from white liberal women, if he's going to protect them from accountability of their sins, what type of Christian does he think he is? Is that a Christian thing to do? Mr. I'm a Christian, I'm not black. Black is a concept. And he knew what he was doing when he was pressing Cory's buttons, which is why, like I said, he got up. You see, the second Cory put that microphone down, he didn't say a single word. He just got right up and then walked around and said, we can go outside, knowing that his security would have prevented anything from happening to him. Okay. Let's continue. Let's go back to it. Yeah, they took a little second.
Ain't nobody saying I'm sucking dick no more. Everything straight.
For sure. I got a question for bro though.
And I'm gonna respect him on that.
Yes, sir.
He said what he said, so I'm gonna respect him on that.
Yes, sir. So question, given that black people are on the Democratic plantation, what do you say about the use of Christianity to make slaves out of black people?
And what, today's time or historically?
No, sir. Historically.
Yeah, absolutely. It was used in a negative way, but anything can be used in a positive or negative way. You can weaponize literally anything. Corporate America, for example. You can use the internet in order to push out propaganda, or you can use it to communicate effectively with the people. You can use money to manipulate people, or you can use it to help people. And so you can't just say that Christianity itself is used. The Quran is used in a negative way in order to control people. Absolutely. So it depends on the person, and that's why we evaluate the person based off of their fruits instead of evaluating them based off of Christianity itself. Because everybody that calls himself a Christian is not a Christian.
100%. So I agree that the teachings of Jesus are pure. However, in the hands of Caucasian white males,
that's not true, because I know some good Caucasian
white men. The teachings of Jesus,
and I know some bad Caucasian white men.
Oh, I'm telling you, man, the way he just has a knee-jerk reaction to defend white males. He didn't even let the brother get his statement out. Okay? Because the brother is now trying to make a difference between Christianity as a religion and white males. And that's not true. That's not true. It is true. Historically speaking, it is true. White males have used Christianity as a justification and a rationale and a reason to oppress other people. They have done that. If in this conversation, he said historically speaking, they have done that. What do you mean that's not true? I know some good ones. What does that mean? What does that mean? Now, when you talked about black people, you said black people were the most racist people ever. Do you not know some good black people? So he can make a generalization of all black people and say black people are racist to other black people. But when it came to a historical fact about white male Christians, that's not true. No, not my master. You see how he did it? You see that? You see that? It was a knee-jerk reaction to defend them.
This is what listen. This is what I'm saying. The reason I don't have a lot of people up here at the show is because I know a lot of people aren't initiated when it comes to talking to men of a certain mind state. And I don't believe you knew what you was doing when you said something about dick sucking, brother. I
apologize.
Okay. Hey, bro, I appreciate that.
I apologize.
I appreciate that because this ain't no show. The last thing I want to do is get into it with you physically. But I have a switch.
I do too. When I'm a man, just like
I
you.
respect your switch. I respect you
too.
Okay, good. I'm glad, brother. Good. It ain't no fake shit right here.
Absolutely, I'm with it.
We straight. I respect your switch, brother. And I'm saying, like, a lot of people don't know the way I was brought up. You can't step to men like that. So I'm not checking you. I'm just trying to let you know that when we talk to each other a certain way, like if dick sucking is brought up, that's just like motherfucking pissing on my shoes. So I'm saying, like, I could get back straight. When I shook your hand, it wasn't phony.
Listen. I get into it with my homies. I get into it with my brothers. I don't have no sisters. I got three brothers, and we scrap it out. I scrap with my nephews. It is what it is. And then we shake hands and we keep it moving once we have a disagreement and we get it out of our system. So if we good, then we good.
I'm good.
I'm with it. Let's get to the conversation.
That's why I tried to explain myself right there, because I'm like, this man probably don't even know that my mind is set up, Anton. My mind is set up when people do things like I call it backdooria on my show. Mm-hmm. When people throw that at you, it's a set off. And I'm saying, like, I ain't trying to get set off. I think I'm a lot more than somebody with name calling to get at me. But I'm saying, like,
but see, I don't believe you, Cory. I don't believe you, bro. Okay. And let me tell you why I don't believe you. Because you do the same shit that
let me say this also. Gotta be honest. Cory, brother. If you say you're gonna let it go, then you gotta let it go, and you gotta move on with the conversation. And he said he let it go before. He said he was cool before, and then somebody else asked a question, and then Cory, you brought it back up. I'm like, okay, Cory, you still clearly want to talk about that situation. If you're gonna let it go, let it go. If you still feel like there's an issue that needs to be addressed, then address that issue. But it's like everything. He's okay, cool, we cool. But my thing is, we cool, but it's just like, okay, Cory, come on now. If you're gonna let it go, brother. He still was clearly pissed off about it, and I get he's trying to like really like settle down and like kind of calm down with it. But brother, come on, like if you got to move on with the conversation or address it. If you still not cool, if you still feel some type of way, you still want to say something, then say it then. But don't say you cool, and then the next thing you want to bring it back up, and then you cool, and then you want to bring it back up, and then come on now.
Feel offended by.
Really?
You do, absolutely.
Give me an example.
You just did it. You said a lot of shit to me that I don't necessarily care about.
I ain't said nothing about dick sucking.
You pick and choose what's disrespectful because you applying it to you. It's other people out there that don't take that shit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. So listen to me, Anton.
But hold on. Let me say this last part.
Land.
But I get it because you don't know me and I don't know you. So you don't know what I look at as disrespectful. And so as a result, I just let that shit ride. The only thing that ever triggers me is, and this is why I like to do shows in person. I told you before the show, I said, I don't do no more live streams with people that I don't know. Did I not say that? because I want to see and look in their eyes and see what's really happening, right? And the reason that is because the only thing that set me off is if somebody make it seem like they ready to do something. Then I'm like, okay, well, it's all hands up. Fuck the conversation.
Well, how about this? People may be ready to do something for whatever reason. They want to be ready to do something. But what I'm saying to you is, you know, in this world, they are trying to normalize men in dresses. They trying to normalize a woman wearing a thong in front of a church gathering or whatever.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? I could handle whatever is happening out there, but I'm saying, like, I'm still standing on this. I'm standing on this. If a man walking up to me with some homosexual talk, like I could take, I said this before, I could take a meeting at a brother like Tyler Perry's house because I know what's gonna happen if it go bad. The house gonna get tore up. I ain't saying that to act like I'm tough. I'm just saying,
I feel you.
There's certain things that we as men cannot say to each other without clashing. And it is my opinion with niggas that I know and where I'm from, if I say to one of my homies, man, suck a dick, everybody will get quiet that we know. And they'll be like, what is that? What is that? Because it's like, that's that homosexual talk. So what I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? If it's one way to get a brother like me, I know brothers who are preachers that would put their religion down for that right there. That's all I'm saying, black man. That's all I'm saying.
Listen. That's where you at. So I'm gonna respect that.
Thank you, brother.
It's simple as that.
I don't want no drama.
It's simple as
I
that.
swear I don't want no drama, man. My life is good.
Mine's is too.
I believe you. My life is good.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't want you to come up here for that. It's just the simple misunderstandings that we as men can have. I think older black men like us need to make sure there are boundaries that simply can't be crossed when men are talking. And if you tell me a boundary, Anton, if you tell me a boundary, I promise you, I'm going to do my best not to cross that boundary. When I'm talking to Willie D don't like when you call him nigga. And I go out my way not to call Willie D nigga because I look at him as a man.
I kick it with Willie too. For me though, I don't give a fuck about the talking. I don't have no boundaries. I don't care if a nigga say something about me. It is what niggas say shit like that all the time. Like that's the environment that we live in. I only care about my real life.
Can I ask you a question? You just said men talk disrespectfully to you in your face all the time.
No.
This is nothing.
You did not hear what I said.
I said
they do that shit all the time. You see it in the chat. You see it in the comments. All of that shit, right?
Yeah.
I don't care about that shit, right?
That's right, because that's for the internet.
Right. So when people say stuff, I don't take it personal because it's not a thing to me. It's just talk. The only thing I care about is what happened in real life. When I cut that shit off in real life, my life is great.
Right. Let me tell you something.
So my point is that I don't take nothing personal unless it get personal, unless it gets physical. That's the only thing I'm up on. Anything else?
That's not true. That's not true. First off, okay, let me stop this. Because at this point in time, if y'all shook hands and said y'all were cool, then y'all need to be cool. Y'all shook hands and said y'all good and y'all still discussing it. Okay? And that's preventing the conversation from continuing. And clearly both of them feel some type of way about it still. But Anton, he says, the only thing that can set me off is if somebody says something physical. No, Anton, you're the one who said the whole comment about him sucking off male private parts. I just don't want to say it on YouTube, but y'all know what triggered Anton in making that comment, because Cory, at that point in time, Cory was sitting across the table and that lady was in between them. All right. And Cory didn't say anything that provoked Antoine into doing that. He didn't say anything threatening. So if Anton's all like, man, I don't care what nobody say about me. I don't care what nobody say. As long as they don't threaten me, I'm fine. Clearly, that's not the case, because clearly Anton said something that triggered, which is what Cory is trying to express. Even though you can make the argument he should let it go, but he is trying to make a point here, and we're going to get to the point. I think it's an important point too, but he's trying to make the point that was a trigger. And when you trigger a man, when you say certain things to a man that he establishes and conveys to you is a trigger, and you keep pressing the buttons, remember? Because that's what Anton did. Because when he was all like, I don't suck D, he said, I don't suck D. And then Anton said, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. He kept on pressing that button. Okay. He kept pressing that button. And before then, there was no threats being made. No threat was being made at that point. So Anton is trying to make it seem like nothing gets under his skin, and that's not true.
Walk away from. I don't give a fuck about that. My life, I could walk away and I'm probably gonna never see that person again.
I understand.
So
This is why the chat, I allow them, and in fact, I encourage them to be themselves in the chat, because this is a computer screen. But one thing I will say about this is to the youngsters especially, because they're the ones who really don't know. I'm talking about 35 and under. When you in a man's face, you have to watch how you talk to them, because face to face is a lot different than the computer. On the computer, I got
let me ask you a question.
Motherfuckers saying all kind of shit about me on the computer.
Ask you a question.
But if they in my face saying that to me,
let me ask you a question.
It can go bad.
Why?
I'm not saying I'm not.
No, hold on.
I'm not acting tough.
I'm asking you a real question. Why do you get triggered if somebody says that to you? Like, what is it in you that gets bothered by a switch?
Okay, so listen to me. Manhood is all we got left. You really got to understand this. Just give me a second to land on this.
I'm with you. I'm listening.
If we don't have our manhood, we ain't got nothing. So when a man walk up to you and say something flirtatious to you, when a man walk up to you and say something where he's challenging your manhood and things like that, trust me, I don't care how savage it may seem. When you dealing with a man, you can set a man off if you in his face and you saying things that are not. I'm not talking about somebody just saying anything. I'm talking about there are certain things, like I can't walk up to a man walking down the street with his wife, Anton, and say, man, your bitch thick. I'll be like, wait a minute. Of course, by me being older, the last thing I want is drama in the streets. But what I'm saying is you can't disrespect men face to face. You can do it online because it's easy to do it online.
Nope. See, that's where we disagree.
Okay, I want to hear this.
That's where we disagree, because you got to keep the same energy across the board. You can't pick and choose when you can disrespect somebody and when you can't disrespect somebody, and then pick and choose when you're going to react to somebody disrespecting you. You wrong, bro. You wrong as two left shoes. You're wrong, bro. I fuck with you. I fuck with you because you are one.
Now, at that point in time, Anton should have just conceded, because he was not even really what Cory did. He's not even addressing that situation, but addressing the principle of that situation. And in the principle of that situation, when it comes to manhood, I fully agree with Cory. I fully agree. I'm going to open up the phone lines a little bit later, and I'm going to let you guys call in. But man to man, as a man to another man, if you are physically there, this is why a lot of internet stuff is getting people messed up, okay? Because they can say whatever, and there's no consequences and repercussions on the internet. I can call anybody out their name. I can say whatever to anybody. I'm states and states, sometimes even countries away. I can say that. There's no repercussions on the internet. If I'm in another man's face, there's going to be repercussions. Why? Because people will say, well, you know what? Men are just so emotional. Men don't have emotional maturity. What do they call that? Emotional intelligence. Men don't know how to regulate themselves. Here's the thing. Here, and this is a very, very important thing. As men of really all races, understand this. All ethnic groups understand this. Damn near all ages, except like if you're 8. If a 40-year-old is fighting an 8-year-old, yeah, that's a problem. But once you become an adult male, you need to understand this, because it is important and it can cost you your life. Because what Cory said is very true. When a man's manhood is essential to his life, to his status in society, to the way people see him, to the way he will be treated in society, and to his life. If a man is walking around and a man seems weak, a man seems like he's without manhood, he is an open target to be victimized. I will give you an example. When a bully in school, middle school, when he picks on a kid, the first thing he does is not shove him in the locker and rob him and take his lunch money. He doesn't do that. It starts off very small. It starts off with, your shoes look ugly. You got ugly shoes. Oh, what are those? It starts off with that. Then that insult increases. And level of that bully victimizing whatever student starts to increase and increase and increase, and then that becomes physical. Then if I feel like I can say whatever I want to say to you and there's no consequences for it, then next thing you know, I'm going to be walking next to you and I'm going to shove you. Just give you a little shoulder check. And if there's no consequences to that, then that little shoulder check becomes a push. And that little push becomes a punch. And that little punch becomes, now I'm jumping you on the regular basis. Now I'm robbing you. And as a man, it's very important to understand that. Okay? Because we don't have the privilege to expect somebody to come and rescue us. That's the thing. Because it happens to women too, but the difference is that we don't have the privilege of expecting, if we were to get into a fight, a woman to come and rescue us, even if she could, which if you're a grown man, is most likely she can't do that. Okay, that's why it's very important. That's why when certain boundaries are being crossed, it is you like challenging another person. This is why in the animal kingdom, you have lions who, male lions, don't like other lions, other male lions, because now you're challenging me and you're testing your boundaries. And when boundaries get tested, I can only assume that you're testing my boundaries so then you can overthrow me. You're testing my boundaries so you can challenge me to something. Okay, so you can victimize me or take what is mine at that point. And I am the number one defender of myself, of my manhood, and of my pride. So that's why certain things you say can be a warning that that person is testing your boundary, that that person is trying you at that point. And if you don't say, hey, all right, this is as far as it goes, this is it now. Because if you do anything left, I can only assume that you mean something beyond a conversation. I can only assume that your intention is hostile, and I can't allow myself to be victimized, or my family or my things to be victimized by you. If you keep crossing this line, I have to assume that you have hostile intent. So now I have to act on it. And as men, we have to understand that about each other. And we do. We know for a fact. This is why you see men don't argue for that long. Men don't. Men might say a couple of things, but when voices get to, when men get to start standing up, that means that is him showing, I am not going to let you cross this boundary. Okay? I'm not going to let you threaten me. All right? And and every man has it. Now, every man might have a different trigger or something that might set him off, but there's a ceiling, there's a limit, there's a line that if every man has, or at least he should have, every man should have a line, and I don't care who it is, there should be a line that no other man is allowed to cross. Okay? And if they get close to that line, you got to be like, hey, that's that line. Because after that line, I can only assume that you are here to be more than just argumentative. You are here to be a threat now. Now I have to handle you that way to protect my manhood. It is what it is. I'm just telling you what it is. And this is what Cory was trying to express. Cory was trying to say, hey, when especially in Chicago, where Cory is from, when you tell somebody, hey, you suck D, and that's what you do, that is you crossing the line. And if he's telling you, no, I don't, hey, stay over there, don't do that, don't say that, that's telling you, that's him warning Anton, hey, you're crossing that line. You're crossing the line between this being a conversation or even an argument to now this being a fight. You're crossing that line. Anton knew he was crossing that line and kept on crossing it. And Cory is trying to establish and use that, I guess, segment of the conversation as an example to all of the people on the internet who don't really interact with men physically on a regular basis in real life, who only interact with people on the internet, to let you know on the internet is one thing, In person is another thing. You can wild out on the internet all you want to, but in person, there is a line that you need to be very careful not to cross. And if you do cross that line, you just got to be ready for the consequences. If you cross that line, just be ready for whatever happens. You got to be ready to deal with whatever comes with crossing that line. All right, that's what it is. Let's get back to the conversation.
One of the most disrespectful, and stand on that shit.
But I want to understand what you're saying, Anton. You missed me. When you say you can't disrespect people with what? Make sure you explain that to me.
You got to keep the same energy across the board, bro.
I don't understand.
You can't say I'm gonna disrespect you online, but then you can't do nothing in person.
Well, trust me.
That's not. No,
I'm
you
not
can't
saying.
do that.
I'm not saying what you're wrong about. But listen, talking to somebody in person is different than talking to somebody online. And if I'm so disrespectful, what do I do to be disrespectful online? Because you said I'm disrespectful online.
You just
I would
said,
like to
you
know.
said out of your own mouth that you will be disrespectful online.
Did
it ain't even. Yes,
did I
you
say
did.
that?
You
Did I
just
say
said
That's
that.
not what he said. That's literally not what he said. Anton is literally putting words in his mouth at that point. That's not what he said. He just said that talking online is different from talking in person. And people wild out online because there's no consequences. But when you're in real life, when you're physically in front of somebody, there is consequences for that. Okay?
Respectful online?
You said you can disrespect. It's different if you disrespect somebody online versus doing it in real life.
No, I didn't say what I would do.
How is
Anton.
it different?
I said if somebody in the chat room is saying something disrespectful about me, I don't hold that against them because they're
What
typing.
about when you're talking about real people?
What do you mean?
If you comment on somebody and you give your opinion on real people.
I don't want to go back and forth. I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Do you hear
I
me when I
understand
say
what you're saying.
whatever I say online, giving an opinion of something is different than if I am.
I said disrespectful. How can you determine whether or not somebody feels disrespected?
Well, feelings is one thing, man.
You felt some type of way?
Yeah, because ain't nobody finna stand in front of my face and talk to me like they on my level when it comes to homosexuality. Like that'll start a war. That'll start a war.
We can agree to disagree. I think you're wrong, bro. I personally, I'm telling you directly, you're hypocritical.
Okay, well, you can say that. I don't think I'm gonna win that argument with you now. But what I am saying to you, Anton, is when you are talking to men face to face, trust me when I tell you this, man, it's different than online. Face to face.
I'm the same person in real life as I am online. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. Right? Anybody, listen, I go city to city. I'm not an online nigga, bro. Like I create content online, but I really am out in every single city. I done visited almost every single state. I have real meetups in real life. I shake hands. I kick it with people in real life. And I go out there and kick it with the people. I'm not different online than I am in real life. People may think that because they may have never met me in real life, but I keep the same energy. I reciprocate. Or I'm willing to walk away unless it goes up. If it's gonna go up, then it's just gonna go up and we just gonna figure it out from there. But the fact of the matter is, I don't switch up.
See, I'm not
gonna talk about you online. Hold on. I'm not gonna talk about you online. And then when I see you in real life, I'm gonna be like, man, you know I'm just playing. I'm not that type of nigga.
Yeah, but
either I fuck with you or I don't.
But see, that's just one scenario, Anton. What I'm saying to you is this. This is what I'm saying to you. I ain't saying it to offset what you just said. I'm trying to talk to you now.
And I'm not a tough guy either.
I'm not either.
I'm not a tough guy.
I'm not a tough guy. I don't even want to perpetrate like I'm a tough guy. But what I'm saying is when men stand between each other, there is energy that is being transferred. And trust me, when men disrespect each other face to face, motherfuckers can die.
I agree.
That's why when I'm talking to a man, especially face to face, I try to make sure I don't go over the line. And if I ever go over the line, I can apologize.
Is what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying and I agree with you.
Right.
Why is it only face to face? That's where we disagree at.
Well, anything.
Dude, okay. Anton is being difficult for literally no reason. Literally no reason. That is all men, or all men should, I will say, all men should understand exactly what Cory is talking. All grown men, especially if you're black, especially if you're black. All grown men should understand exactly what Cory is talking about. Okay? Because being online, there is no consequence. You're not no threat to me online. You can say whatever. You're not a threat to me online. But now when you're in my vicinity, when you're face to face with me, I have to take you, anybody, man or woman, okay? Because this happens with women too. When you're face to face with somebody, you have to take that person a lot more serious than if they were on Twitter or if they were in YouTube comments. How is Anton not getting that? People can say whatever they want to say. They can talk whatever crap they want to talk on TikTok comments, on YouTube comments. They can send a crazy, nasty email. Okay, just block them. I can't press a button and delete you in real life. I can't do that. So when we have a face-to-face situation where we're in arm's length of each other, I have to take you a lot more serious. Now, how is Anton saying that, oh, it should be the same? No, it shouldn't be the same. And you're arguing just to argue at that point. And Cory keeps going in this circle to try to explain it again and again and again. And here's the thing. He's doing that because he knows this is going to frustrate Cory. He knows it's going to frustrate Cory because a lot of people are saying Anton came there with an agenda to kind of almost get into a physical altercation. And if they were to get into a brief one, which is why he had security. And then he was going to go on YouTube and he was going to make this big thing because he knew it was going to go viral. This whole thing was for a viral moment. All right. Because and I know Anton, what Anton is doing. He's doing this to re-trigger Cory again. And then he's all like, I didn't even say anything. I didn't even say anything. But you're not getting it.
I said
On
I will say in the face of a man that I said it about.
All right, well, that's
I don't go there to try to I don't have to shock jock, even though that's something that people say easily. Oh, he's shock jocking. No. Anything I've said about anybody, I will say right to them if they standing in front of me. And I would like for somebody like to research the internet on things I've said and show me that I wouldn't say something to somebody if they were standing there. The only thing I said I wouldn't say to somebody if they were standing there, because I saw Charles Barkley in the airport one day. And I realized how big he was when I saw him in the airport. Now, I've said things about Charles Barkley. If he was standing in front of me and he said, say that shit now, I'll be like, we black, man. Come on, let's calm down. I ain't gonna lie. That's the only one.
You know what the problem with this show today is? We got to do a part 2. Because we ain't talked about none of the shit that we supposed to talk about.
That's why, because we can't say dick sucking in front of each other, brother.
Well, I know that now, right? I get it.
And I appreciate you for giving me that, because that shit, I forget. I'm still Cory. Because I don't live a life of getting into it with people. I really don't.
No, Cory, you pick on people that you think ain't gonna respond.
Okay. But at this point, Cory, brother, he could have left that situation alone a minute. That situation, I mean, what they are good, and this clip is sped up, so you know. This is sped up. Cory, as the host, you the one who really homed in on that. At that point in time, that this conversation could have gone offline, or you could have said something real quick, but you the one who like is in on it, because Cory had not let that go, and I understand it, I get it, but come on now, the whole conversation turned into that because he wouldn't let it go.
Now, give me an example.
Cory, you pick your targets based off of what you think they ain't gonna do. And that's why you feel comfortable saying some of the wild shit that you say online.
But I asked you this, and I'm gonna ask you again.
I'm not gonna say.
Give me an example.
No, I'm not gonna say no names.
You can't give an example.
No, I can.
Will you please?
Because I don't want to implement nobody into this. That that'll be bad. That's not a good thing.
Well, do you understand by you saying that?
I like to speak from my own perspective.
It sounds like babble.
But you no, it's not babble. It's real, and you know it's real. That's why you laughing.
I'm laughing at you because you didn't. I had to ask you twice so far.
You pick your targets
I pick on people
carefully,
and I said, give me an example.
You pick your targets carefully, very carefully.
So you can't give me an example
because
that's the third time.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Okay,
you tiptoed around Dave Chappelle.
You talking about the last time I said something about it?
You tiptoed around Dave.
I'll give you that.
You tiptoed like a ballerina.
But now I'm gonna give you that.
No.
What did I tiptoe about?
You would not have did that shit on a regular motherfucker. You know that Dave Chappelle's last Netflix special was not it.
And I tiptoed around it.
And you tiptoed around it because you didn't want the smoke.
I did.
overall. And so
Because
you pick and choose your targets carefully.
You say I didn't want the smoke.
No, because you didn't want the backlash.
Okay, but look, let me say this because you brought it up. I did tiptoe around how I really feel with the last special because I'm not gonna lie. It's everything that I said the time before when I spoke about it. Hot trash, no jokes. In the future, when people watch it, they don't know him like we know him now in this culture. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?" I'll give you that. I did tiptoe around his special, and you know what?
And
I can live with that.
And
I can live with that. But what else? I ain't trying to think of nothing else. But I'm saying I think that was kind of.
And
you found
I
a way to
love you,
bring that nigga
Darlene.
into it.
I love you, Darlene. I love Craig. But they will not call you out on your bullshit and challenge you.
Now you trying to turn.
No. You asked me for the feedback. I didn't volunteer it. You forced me. I said, you know what? I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Then you said, okay, well, Anton, go ahead and keep on naming names and let's get to it. Okay, well, let's get to it then if that's what you want to do.
Well, how about this? Let me can I respond
because
to that?
Darlene is real chill and she not gonna cause no friction and Craig is happy to be here.
Okay, so can I say something about that?
But see,
And
I
you
don't
cut
give
me
a
off.
fuck. I don't give a fuck because I'm rich too, so I'm cool. I got my own movement. I got my own motion, so I can tell you the truth. And I think that you also surround yourself with people that will not challenge you because you big dog to them. Okay. You big bro.
Okay, so let me say this since you brought up Darlene and Craig. Let me say this.
And okay, and let me say something else. In an argument like that, Anton, that's out of pocket. Why are you bringing up other people? He just said, I don't want to bring nobody else up. I don't want to get involved. And then he brought up that incident with Dave Chappelle. I don't know what he said. And I'm be honest, I don't know what he said about Dave Chappelle. I don't know what he said about what he feels about Dave Chappelle, what he feels about Dave Chappelle's last comedy. But that wasn't a real good example to say you tiptoed around his special. Well, maybe you didn't really go in on it. Like, I don't know, because maybe I don't know the video or the podcast he referenced when he talked about that special, but that's not a good example because he's talking about give me a time where I had a certain energy for somebody online and didn't have that energy for somebody in person. And then he brought up, well, you tiptoed around Dave Chappelle's special. That's a totally different situation. And now he's trying to bring other people involved and say they don't call you out because essentially what Anton is implying is that you bully them and that you're intimidating to them. And they don't call you out because you big bro them. You're intimidating to them. And they don't want to get in trouble, so they be quiet. Which now causes Cory, and he did that on purpose because there was no need to go there. He did that on purpose because now Cory has to defend himself and defend his crew. And that's going to start a whole new argument. This argument could have been over with several minutes ago.
You don't know our relationship. But
I know what
I'm doing more teaching. I'm doing more teaching on some real street level shit than I thought I would have had to do. But listen to me, Anton. You don't know me and her relationship.
I'm listening.
Maybe the reason you don't get the results you want from her is because there's a certain level of respect that comes from me and her relationship. That's what I'm saying. You don't know, brother. So that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about you
speaking on her.
I'm not talking about you talking about her. I'm talking about when there's certain subjects that come up on your show.
We done argued on the air a million times.
Man, come on, bro.
I'm just saying.
Cory, sometimes you be on bullshit. Nobody call you out on it.
Now I'm trying to teach you, but I don't think you catching it.
Okay, I'm observed.
You don't know my relationship with this woman. You don't know. So when you see it online and speak on what you see online, you can't really speak from factual things that are happening in the world, Anton.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So, and with Craig, I don't know why motherfuckers say Craig don't have a backbone around me. Because one thing I say that Craig beat most motherfuckers' ass I know. I see motherfuckers don't be fighting Craig. I see motherfuckers don't run up on him with that bullshit quick. The motherfuckers who I seen ran up on Craig way bigger than Craig. So the obvious needs to be said because I believe that there's a lot of people who don't know the obvious, and I can't teach you that in the episode. But I'm saying, like, if you ever see me around any woman, Anton, if you see me around any woman, trust me, dude's been paid, homie. And I can't say it no other way better than that. Dude's been paid. That might not be something you will catch. I'm saying this for the streets. Dude's been paid, homie. Trust me, man. Trust me. I don't be around just anybody. I can't let any any type of woman just come with me and be connected to me in no way. I don't like that. If you
All right,
around,
let me fast forward because I'm gonna be honest. This part is like it's getting to a point where like it doesn't even need to. Okay,
it's been paid. I don't let anybody around me. If you around me and dudes ain't been paid, I'm trying to get away from you because I don't know you.
I got that. But in my case too, whenever I choose to speak up or challenge him on anything or tell him, look, I don't agree with that or what have you, I won't keep delving into it because I don't see the point, because I know at a certain point with men like you at your age, there's not going to be any change. So why? I don't even bother with it. I just, you know, I might say, I don't like that. I don't agree with that. And then if they want to, I'm not for it.
I'm with you.
That's it. So
All right, why is this motherfucker in the streets with you? That's how I feel about life. So I'm saying like, that might be a prejudice that I have. I can admit, if a woman is in the streets with a man, what is this?
Why? Why do you care about that? Why is that meaningful to you?
No, it's not that I care at all because it's not my business. But I'm saying, like, if a man stepped to me with a woman and it ain't his wife, all I do is say to myself,
you mean like checking you?
Not checking me, brother. I'm saying like if a man has a woman with him,
okay,
and you know what I'm saying, it's not his wife. I don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't want nothing to do with it. That's all across the board as I've gotten older and wiser. Like if a man got a woman with him and he say, hey, hold on, man, how you doing? This is my lady, so-and-so, so-and-so. It makes me say, okay, this is his lady. That's what that is. But I'm saying like if a man is in the streets with a woman, sitting next to a woman and all like this, whatever, and this bitch ain't been explained, I'm like, hold on, what the fuck is this type of shit? Especially if it's imposed in any way. That's what I'm saying, G. And I know you know what I'm talking about because you ain't gonna act like you ain't smart. You smart than a motherfucker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
because they're bored.
So the way I like to do it is,
Oh boy, I didn't mean to do that.
You live in because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was going to happen like that fast. That's
okay. Let me
not know they've been to college and gave that time. Talking to that man over there
because I got to talk to Phil. I'm talking to Cory through Phil. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. Here's the thing.
Them the games where niggas get in the fights. I'm telling you, this is how it jump off.
Cory not gonna have me back on the show because Cory is not having fun right now. This is Cory. This is gonna be one of Cory's best shows, but he's not having fun right now. And Cory seems to be a feeler. I'm more of a results-driven guy. Cory seems to be the type of person that goes off of how he feels.
Okay, that we finally got to that point. That's another insult that he didn't need to say. I'm a results-driven guy. I'm a logical guy. I'm a problem-solving guy. And then you are an emotional guy, which is emasculating him. That's what it was. To say you think with your emotions, you don't think with logic. You're a more feelings type of guy. Okay? That's him trying to re-trigger another argument.
If you notice, I'm doing a lot of explaining to you about how the line.
And the whole thing is that Cory is not being emotional right now. I think Cory is really dragging it, but I understand what he's trying to teach. I agree with the concept of what he's trying to teach. He's at a certain point in time, he could have let it go. I would have let it go if I understood I had a show to run. I would have let that go a minute ago. But the thing is that I get what he's saying, and what he's saying is correct. Because he's trying to teach a lesson to Anton, and Anton is deliberately not trying to get it, or at least he's not trying to admit to it. All right. But you just called him really feminine, to be honest, and emotional. You really just emasculated him, which is the whole, and he did it on purpose because that's exactly what Cory is trying to tell Anton not to do. He's literally trying to tell him when you're in front of another man, you cannot cross that line and emasculate him. That whole segment is about that. And the second Anton gets another chance to do that, he does that.
But you're doing a lot of telling me what I am. I think that's homosexual behavior.
I said Cory seems to be, meaning that I'm leaving open a door to get corrected. I want him to correct me if I'm wrong, but I still want the freedom to be able to give my opinion. So you don't want me to get my
You
thoughts?
can have the freedom, brother. What I look like trying to take freedom from you?
No. I'm starting to feel some type of way, bro, because why is everything homosexual to you?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, if,
When
I'm gonna try to
did the
explain.
conversation turn into homosexuality again?
Okay, I'm gonna let you land. Because I don't want to talk over you.
I'm
enough.
trying to understand it. Why is everything gay?
I can explain it. I can explain
Okay, go
it.
ahead.
Maybe look, I'm not saying that you gay, but what I'm saying is if you looking at another man and you say you talking to me through another man, if I'm a man, I'm gonna say, well, I'm right here.
Yeah, but you're not getting it.
You still talk about me, homie. This is a gay conversation.
It's not.
When you talking to men who play in riddles and stuff like that, I'm telling
You the one that's talking in riddles.
You ain't never been to jail, have you?
Hell no, I ain't never been to jail.
I could tell. I could tell.
You been to jail?
Nope. Nope.
So what the fuck that mean then?
I'm just saying, like, if you went to jail, they would have to start you over from scratch.
What would they do to you?
The people who
You would be the tough one.
No. Just let me land with this. The people
I don't
who
think from a jail perspective, nigga. I'm not a jailbird. I'm never going to jail.
I see.
What the fuck is we
Well, you
talking
can't
about?
say what you'll never do, but I'm saying
never going to jail, bro.
Okay.
I don't even have that. I don't even like that type of energy.
I'm just trying to make a point. Anton. What I'm saying is, I have been around enough people who have been institutionalized where I know how to carry myself around men who not finna play with you. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I don't hang around niggas that been to jail, so I saw for it that way. The way you
Okay, and here's the thing. It's not about niggas who've been to jail or not. It's not about that, okay? I want you guys to understand. As men, it's not about being in jail. Now, in jail, it makes the situation, it kind of like exacerbates the situation. But the situation doesn't have to be about in jail. The reason why Cory said you've never been to jail is because in prison, there are certain rules of manhood in prison. And you know that a situation can pop off and is more likely to pop off and be very dangerous in prison. It's a higher chance of that. It's a higher danger in prison. But the rules are really the same. The rules of the street and the rules of manhood are really the same rules in prison. It's just in prison, you are confined in a certain space. So now these rules are hypersensitive. Now nothing can be let go. That's the thing. In real life, it's like, I was about to, but I can't let it go. I might not ever see this man again. In prison, you know, okay, well, this person's going to be in prison tomorrow. I'm going to be here tomorrow. I can't let anything go. So the rules become hypersensitive in prison, but they're the same rules. This is what Cory is trying to explain. It's not about you being around jailbirds or thugs or felons or anything like that. It's about the rules of manhood and masculinity being respected. And you talking about I'm logical and he's soft. I'm logical and you're about your feelings. You say that in prison, it will instantly turn into something else. Now, in real life, people have, other things. People can maybe settle the conversation. What's the word I'm looking for? They can de-escalate, I will say. They can de-escalate a conversation. You have a higher likelihood of a de-escalation of an argument and prevention of a fight outside of prison. You do. That is true. However, the same rules apply. People have a line outside the same way they have a line inside of prison. That's the whole thing Cory is trying to express. And he's trying to give Anton another warning because Anton is still, approaching that line again. And he's trying to give him another warning.
You saw for it is a little bit different than the way I saw for it.
Okay.
So I choose not to hang around niggas that's been institutionalized, that had to carry themselves a certain way because they made a decision that they wasn't supposed to make.
And it shows that you've been around people that ain't seen the other side of the game. Because some of the smartest men I know they've been to college and gave that time up. And it was actually a learning process for them. But they still got to stand 10 toes down when they out here, Anton. I don't believe that you tried to disrespect me now that I've been talking to you. I don't believe that. I believe that you are the way you are. I am the way I am. And it can clash if people are not educated on how to be around each other because men can go to war over misunderstanding.
He's throwing an intellectual shot right now.
What am I doing?
So without saying it, he's basically saying, oh, you from a different space, so you don't get the way that we move over here.
over here or anywhere in the United States of America, and that's not a black thing. I'm talking about Caucasians, Hispanics, and Asians understand the respect level men must have when they're in front of each other because it can trigger war. That's all I'm saying to you.
I understand everything that happens when it happens. I'm a chess player. That's what I've been playing.
And see, this is a pride thing with Anton. And for people who are like, why is Anton fighting so hard? Anton is fighting this hard for two reasons, from my perspective. He's fighting this hard for, number one, because he feels like if he agrees with Cory at this point, Cory would have taught him a lesson on live. And he would have been embarrassed because he would have had to go home and the whole internet would have been like, Cory schooled Anton. So Anton, this is an ego thing because Anton or Cory is explaining this over and over and over in the most simple way possible. That's number one. He doesn't want to get schooled intellectually because if he concedes, he will be essentially schooled intellectually on the internet. That's number one. I think the bigger reason is that Anton is trying to re-trigger another incident so he can go back to his podcast and then he can be all like, you see, when you have logic and when you think rationally and when you think with all of conservatism and all of this, but you have niggas who are out there who are raised by single mothers, that's the direction he would have took it in. That he's trying to take it in. He's trying to re-engage into another argument. So it's both those reasons combined.
In my entire life. Maybe you walked into something that you wasn't expecting.
I don't go with.
Maybe I knew what you was gonna do before you did it.
Maybe. But I tell you what, that's a dangerous game to play, especially if you got a life that you live in. Because I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people in the cemetery that didn't know it was gonna happen like that fast. That's why out here I try to walk under the code. There's a code out here.
No, you don't. And that's why I said
you say I don't walk under the code.
No, you're hypocritical. I told you that to your face.
The whole world is hypocrite. But what are you talking about?
No, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite when it comes.
I believe you.
When it comes to specifically you moving by a code.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Because you think that you can say what you want to say when you want to say it, and that people are supposed to respect the way that you move. But I don't think that you move the way that you're supposed to anyway.
I want this thing to be studied because here's the truth. Brother Anton is talking about everybody else but himself and white men. This is a fact.
I like this chat.
And you see that when he called him a hypocrite that time, I want you to look at his face. I'm gonna make it bigger for you guys, okay? Looking at his face.
Thing to be studied because here's the truth. Brother Anton is talking about everybody else but himself and white men.
Okay. His body language, his tone, him pointing to the table. He's talking about everybody but himself and white men. He's angry again. Okay. Before that, he's been calm, trying to explain it for, in my opinion, too long. He was trying to explain that for too long, but successfully, as you can see at that moment right there, he's upset again. He's frustrated. And now Anton is going to dive deeper. Okay. And this is what I'm saying. Come on, you could have let that go before it got back up because you've been trying to teach somebody who's been all over the place, who's deliberately not trying to get it. And now he threw a little shot. He threw a couple of little shots. So at this point, now you're frustrated. I'm not saying he's triggered or mad, but you can see the frustration in his face. With that frustration, now Anton is going to capitalize off that frustration. Watch.
This is a fact.
I like this chat. Let me tell y'all why I like the chat.
Everything but himself
no.
and white men.
No, listen. I told you I want to come back and have a full conversation about it, or we can talk about it right now. I ain't got nothing better to do.
Study this episode.
Shout out to the
shit on Caucasian males.
Shout out to the chat.
Shit on
I'm not gonna shit on nobody.
Yeah, you shitted on black people. You shitted on motherfuckers.
I feel like I shitted on you. To your face. To your face.
Be careful shitting on me because I feel like.
Do you see that? Do you see that? That's him diving in. Anton knew what he was doing. Why did he cross that line? That's him crossing another line again. That's him crossing another line again. I feel like I shitted on you. Oh, what? He said that. He said, I feel like I shitted on you. That's fighting words again. After this whole conversation, this long, and that's why I wanted you guys to see how long it was. I knew it was drawn out, and I apologize for that, y'all. I know it's drawn out, but I wanted you to see how long Cory spent on trying to explain to Anton how careful you need to be when saying things to another man. And despite how long he spent on trying to explain that fact, Anton still crossed that line. Okay? Because Cory didn't say anything about him. He said, you shitted on them, you shitted on us. He's like, no, I shitted on you. I feel like I shitted on you. And then here goes Cory again. Hey, be careful. Hold on. Because this is Cory again saying to Anton, he's in the danger zone. Okay? He's trespassing. He's on his property. He's on his turf right now. He's crossed that line, and now he's in a boundary where he's not supposed to be. Okay, that's him saying that again. When he said, be careful, be careful. Listen, let me tell you something. When you say something to a grown man, and that grown man's response is to tell you to be careful, you better be very careful with what you are about to do next. If you proceed to push, be ready for it to be physical. I'm letting you know, this ain't no black or white thing. This is everybody. If you say something and then he says, you need to be careful, and you push, it's up. That's the last warning before it's about to go up. And Anton knew that, and he kept doing it.
You talking shit again.
I'm not talking shit. I'm
Well,
telling
be
you.
careful.
I'm telling you.
You
that-
shitted on me to my face, but that shit will
Cory,
lead to some
will
danger.
we please stop the
Trust me.
the tough talk? I got security. You got security. Ain't
Homie,
nobody
I
doing
ain't got
shit.
security. Them my people.
Cool. Them your
You
security
gotta
people.
hire a motherfucker to be with you.
Absolutely. I'm always gonna hire somebody.
You better.
100%.
How you be talking?
Cory, stop talking tough. Stop talking.
Homie,
tough.
you
just said that.
I'm not talking tough. I'm talking to you straight up.
Why are you so?
You said you disrespected me in my face. And then you act like it was all
said that I
good.
disrespected you to your face. So I'm confirming what you said. You felt disrespected. So I am telling you that I disrespected you if that's the way you felt. Is that not what you said? You said that out of your mouth.
That's not what you said. You said you felt. Anton said Anton felt that he did it. Not Cory felt he did it. Anton said Anton felt that he did it in a way to flex on Cory.
And so I apologized when you said that you felt disrespected.
No. The reason you said you
But you still
disrespected me in
triggered by
my
it
face.
because you don't accept the apology because
you
you
still talking
feel
about
some type of
everybody
way.
else except yourself and
No,
white men.
I'm telling you what I said. You felt offended by it, so I apologize. All I'm doing is rehashing the conversation that happened. Why are you so easily offended?
You still talk about me? It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right.
And that other thing, I don't think a lot of people caught that thing either. Okay, when he said, "Why are you so easily offended?" calling him emotional, which is what he's been trying to do the whole time. I'm a chess player. I'm a solution-oriented person. I'm a this, I'm a that. You know, I felt like I shit on you. Why are you so easily offended? He's saying these things. Like he said, he studied Cory. I wish Cory would have understood the type of time Anton was on. I wish he would have caught that before it got to this point. All right? Because it got to this point because Cory is frustrated, exhausted, all right, at this point. And now a line has been crossed. I wish he would have caught it before that, okay? But that one thing of, why are you so easily offended? That gaslighting thing, even though you just told the man to his face on his platform that you shitted on him. And then when he says, hey, be careful, why are you so easily offended? That's gaslighting. And that will set somebody off.
See, I'll be around bitches and they tell me about myself all the time. Be gone.
No.
That shit don't hurt no feelings. It's probably better this way.
Because I just proved my point.
Be down. So you proved the point. Homie, just gone, man. Just gone, man. You gone.
I'm not the jet.
You done did this before. Get your bitch ass hey, homie, get your bitch ass the fuck on and walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch, nigga. Walk over there with your bodyguard and your bitch. I got shit to do. Don't bring bitches up here, dog, that you ain't finna stand on. Remember I told you that. If you got a bitch with you, explain the bitch. Don't ask her to be on my show, nigga. Can she be on the show? I don't know that bitch, nigga. Now get your whole ass the fuck on and pay for your pussy like you got to. cake ass nigga. And go get you a bodyguard because the nigga be done slap the shit out your bitch ass. I got shit to do. I ain't finna follow that nigga out the door. I am who I say I am. I stand on it. Fuck a friend. Now who the next motherfucker to come up here? What up?
There's a new word in the dictionary called rage bait, right? So that's what you just witnessed. So
Rage bait. Let me tell you something.
It's a new word.
That ain't no new word.
Okay, bet. It's
Let me
old
tell you
behavior,
something.
new word.
Where I'm from, if a nigga say something about sucking dick, nigga, it's on.
And he knows.
I don't know nothing about no niggas saying nothing to no nigga where niggas talk about suck dick and niggas be ready to swing.
And he knows that.
But
I also want to say this too. You can see let me show you this one thing, and then I'm gonna open up the phone lines. It's not gonna be all night. We're not gonna be here for 4 hours because I can't believe I've been doing this. This almost been 3 hours. Lord have mercy. But I am gonna do what I promised I was gonna do. I'm gonna be a man of my word. I'm gonna open up the phone lines. Let y'all call in, weigh in, give me your opinion. Not too long, but I'm gonna let y'all give me your opinion. But I want you to see when we go back. Hold on. When we go back right here.
Arguing
because I'm right. See,
I'll be around bitches and they tell me about myself all the time. Be gone.
No.
That shit don't hurt no feelings. It's probably better this way.
Because I just proved my point.
Be down.
You're
You proved the point.
hypocritical.
Homie, just gone, man. Just gone, man. You gone.
Because why you so easily offended?
You still talk about me? It sounds like I'm arguing
because I'm right. See,
I'll be around bitches and they tell me about myself all the time. Be gone.
No.
That shit don't hurt no feelings. It's probably better this way.
Because I just proved my point.
Be down. You proved the point. Homie, just gone, man. Just gone, man. You gone.
I'm about to jet.
You done did.
Now, in that situation, I think, to be honest, Cory wanted to fight. I think that he did that to. I feel like at that point in time, Cory wanted to fight. I feel like he did at that point in time. I honestly did, because he said it, and I think he was saying that so he can instigate a fight. To be honest with you, because at that point, I feel like Cory really wanted to fight. At that point, to be honest with you, because all of the talking was done. He wasn't even looking at Anton at that point. And this is what happens. This is what happens, y'all, when as a man, you don't allow the situation to be de-escalated and you allow somebody to sit up there and play like they don't know what they're doing. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So I got the phone lines open. So the number, let me put the number up. Oh, yeah, let me put the number up. I should do that. All right. The number is 949-381-0044. That is 949-381-0044. Y'all call in. Let me know what y'all think. Let me know y'all opinion. As you guys are calling in, let me get to some of these super chats real quick. Just got quite a few of them. Okay. FBA Pyra says, Afro, he don't want no smoke with FBA fam like you or TBA. No, he doesn't. First off, intellectually, he couldn't beat me. Anton couldn't beat me. I was able to catch all of the little pivots and all of that stuff he was doing the whole time. I was able to catch that. So he couldn't do that. And physically, he's not going to do anything. Come on now. AK Sour God says, FBA salute, bro. Anton Samuels talking wild with paid security. He is. And he only did that because he knew security was going to be there. He knew security was going to be there. All right. Let me get to the next couple of super chats because we do got some callers on the line. Shout out to RDX. Shout out to Jalen. Appreciate y'all. We're going to get some of these calls. Hold on. Caller from area code 443. Yeah, I hear you. What's on your mind, brother? Yeah, it was. The thing was, yeah, it's almost 3 hours, like two hours in 45 minutes. Oh, hold on. They're saying they can't hear you. Hold on. They're saying they can't hear you. I told y'all it was about the buttons thing. I told y'all it was start over from the top. I didn't press the audio button. It was on mute. That's my fault. That's my fault. That's my fault. That's my fault.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. Y'all can hear him now, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm
They
telling
can
you
hear
guys, today has just not been my day when it comes to the buttons. My fault. I apologize about that. Go ahead.
Can they hear me now? Can they hear me now?
Can y'all hear
No.
him? Put a thumbs up if y'all can hear him. I think they can hear you now. Yeah, they can
All
hear
right,
you.
just
They can hear you.
out of
That was
Baltimore.
my fault. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Out of Baltimore, man. Some man. Listen,
You gone again? Hold on. What happened?
somebody said they can't.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know what just happened.
You hear me? Make sure.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah,
fault,
you're
my
fine.
fault.
You're fine.
All right. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. My shit acting up. Listen, he can't be saying no stuff like that. That shit ain't cool. That shit goofy. That shit ain't cool. Niggas would have boxed him talking about D-suck and all that. From any city, any state. It would have boxed his face. It wouldn't have let nobody get around that. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
That's not cool. You do shaky. That's shaky behavior. I never really mess with Joe because all that stuff, he talk about reparations and all that, being against it, talking. He been around for a minute and I heard about him. He one of them red pill dudes that turned conservative. That little pipeline thing they got going on over there. We don't rock with that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't rock with that. It's meatball head ass, barbecue shaped head ass, hush puppy face looking ass. Nobody got time for all that. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody got time for none of that. They would have definitely boxed his mouth, especially if you're down in Baltimore talking crazy like that. Or like in any city or state, like I mentioned before. You can't talk crazy. It would have boxed your mouth straight off rip, pause, whatever you want to say. It would have really put hands on dog. And they only let him get away with that because he was on the internet. And then for the
Yeah,
sake that,
that's
you
what
know,
I'm
what's the
saying.
name?
You can't
Trying
cross
to
that
keep it
line.
cool.
Can't cross
Can't
that
cross
line.
that line. Told him multiple times and he kept crossing that line. Okay, all right, I got something for your ass. I got
Mm-hmm.
something for your ass. Yeah, you
And
can
the
press a
thing
button
is,
to
brother,
delete
I'm gonna
somebody,
say this.
Afro.
I got to get to some of the other callers because the call line
Yeah, I
is
got
blowing
you.
up right now.
Yeah, I got you.
The thing
I got
is that men have, there's not like one universal line. There's a thing where everybody knows, okay, that's crossing the line, but there are different lines that men have. Okay, some men, if you can say whatever about them, their sexuality, whatever the case is, they don't feel no type of way. Okay, the second you say something about their family, their mama or something, they might get really triggered by it or something like that, or say something about it. Is there's different things that trigger them. The second you bring up something in their childhood, the second you bring up maybe them going to jail or maybe them being there's different triggers in different lines. There's a universal line that we all know not to cross, but there's different things where people have their own personal lines not to cross. And if a man tells you that that is his line, if you cross that line, you understand what you're getting into. So don't cross the line and then act like, oh, you're just being emotional. No, you're provoking an incident. And this is what Cory was trying to tell him. Don't provoke an incident.
Right. Can't keep telling the motherfucker 6-7 times, bro. I done told you. I'm explaining to you now. I'm being cordial. Now you just gonna keep doing it. I got something for your ass.
Yeah.
And just let you know, he pop up again on that bullshit. It's up and it's stuck. That's where I'm at with it. B1.
Black first, brother. Black first. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 313. You're on live.
How you doing, sir?
I'm
Much
good. How you
respect
doing,
to you and the FBA family. My name is Sylvester. I just been listening to you and following you and Tariq Nasheed for a while. I'm a Detroit native like he is, and want to just give respect to the family. But to make a long story short, Anton, I've been seeing some of his work on YouTube. That's how I learned about him. I don't agree with everything he says, but in that whole argument between him and Cory, I feel as though he was trying to provoke an incident that could have got both of them into serious danger. I mean, I do respect Cory for backing down because they both had something to lose. But when you start antagonizing a person by saying that, that's like grounds to pretty much end your life. When you like you say, everybody has their own trigger. If you say a certain word, that'll just, make most people lose it, and that's what pretty much we saw to a certain degree. So I mean, unless I'm wrong about that, correct me, but that's what I saw when he kept when Anton kept hitting them with that DS talk, or how you say homosexual talk, that triggered Cory into countering back. Well, you doing the same thing to white people, which in my opinion Anton does, because I've seen some of his videos. I don't really see him dissing white people like that. I don't. I mainly see him criticizing black people more, which got me to question, yeah, he may be from Detroit, but where is his, like you say, as Tariq would say, where is his lineage from? So, and I'll land with that.
Yeah, that's true. I will say this to be objective. Cory, you can't have if it's a trigger or whatever the case is, you got to be able to read if somebody is trying to press your button. I was able to read that Anton he's there and he's deliberately saying things that he knows is going to trigger you. He knows he is going to press your button and get under your skin. And you got to make sure that doesn't happen. And here's the problem Cory had. Cory thought that Anton came there with good intention. So that's why he did all of that, trying to explain to Cory about what lines he can cross and all of that stuff. He thought that. Okay. And he didn't see the fact that Cory is literally doing that on purpose. So he got to be a little bit tighter with that.
And last point before I let you go, I've been in a similar situation like that because I do security and I just started acting last year on doing like Tubi films, and I've been in a situation with that on my regular job where it almost got physical because the person literally stepped to me in my face. Thankfully, a coworker at the time pushed me out the way because she saw the play that was going down. So I respect her for that. But like you said, sometimes it don't even have to come to words. A person can be literally 2 feet. I always say give me at least 5-10 feet so we can try to talk it out. But sometimes a person will literally be 2 feet in front of you and you ain't got no choice but to defend yourself. So if that makes sense to you. But other than that, shout out to the B1 family and you as well, sir. And thank you for allowing me to have your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. And this is how many times, let me give you guys and I know pretty much all of the men, I'm pretty sure all of the men, and I'm pretty sure most, if not all of the women can agree to this too. How many times in society where you're just out, grocery store, something, and you're in line or you turn around to grab something and you accidentally hit somebody with your elbow or you step on somebody's shoe. You're in line, you're running around. It's kind of like a tight space. You're on a train or a bus and you accidentally step on somebody's shoe or bump somebody. Your immediate thing is to turn around to the person and say, "Excuse me, my bad. I didn't mean to hit you." Okay? And you know, and as a man, you got to know, if you turn around, look at the person, acknowledge that you just bumped that person, that you just stepped on that person's shoe, and they talk about, man, y'all be shooting somebody for stepping on your shoe. No, it's deeper than that. If you step on somebody's shoe and you say, "Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to, that was an accident, my fault," 9 times out of 10, they're gonna be like, "It's okay, stuff happened." If you step on somebody's shoe and then you look down and look up and don't say anything, that is crossing the line. Okay? Because what you did is signify that disrespecting, approaching this person's space, messing with this person's physical space has no consequences and doesn't need to be apologized. You don't need to apologize for getting in somebody's personal space or bumping somebody. Okay? You just punked that person, whether you bumped them on purpose or not, by you not apologizing for it. Okay? You said that person is not worthy of recognition and an apology. All right? And that's what leads to certain things. So there are signals. This is not no jail talk or even no street talk. Men have been this way for centuries. There's a code that you need to know. Let me get to 267.
Yo,
what's going on, brother?
What's up, big dog? Hey, listen, I want people to really understand. I want them to go back just a little bit. So in that whole thing, Anton, he ended up saying that, he wanted people to break stuff down to him so that he can be able to understand. If you want to go back to that part right there first, right? So the other thing is, he said that what people say to him doesn't affect him. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, he had to make up his mind on saying, which one is it? Does it affect him or does it not? Is it disrespectful or is it not? Then on top of that, if it was disrespectful, or after you already told Cory, yo, you need to break stuff down, why didn't he just say, yo, listen, my man, yo, you disrespected me by saying I kiss white man's ass? Why didn't he say that in general, period? Cory broke down and said, yo, you can't say sucking dick or whatever it may be. You understand what I'm saying? You can't say that to me or to a grown-ass man. You can't say so. And then on top of that, Cory said, if you would have told me or you tell me what is disrespectful to you, he's not going to go there. He even gave the example of when he was talking to Willie D. Willie D don't like to be called nigga. So he broke it down and gave him plenty of opportunity to say, yo, don't disrespect me. He kept saying, you keep disrespecting me. Well, what was it that he disrespected you on? You understand what I'm saying? He never broke it down to say, yo, just like Cory said, don't say that dick sucking stuff. You know what I'm saying? He didn't say, don't say kissing ass or I kiss ass. He never said anything like that. So basically, he's kind of contradicting himself. And that's the only thing I didn't like, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like he was just playing. Like it was like you saying one thing and then you're doing another thing. Then you're doing another thing and you saying another thing. You know what I mean? That's all I had to say. And then on top of that, he called Cory. He's saying basically Cory is slow. But at the same time, if you knew that he was slow, why you ain't just break it down for him so that he can be able to understand? Because Cory, everything he was saying, I related to it. And just to give you a real quick story, bro, I was locked up back in the day. I was a young buck. And I'll never forget it, bro. And this dude was diesel. And this dude, like, back then we used to say, yo, suck my, suck this, suck that, or whatever. We used to say that. It was just something that we used to say. And when I was young, when I got locked up, I told him, he said something to me, and I said that to him. Bro, he was gonna rip me. You know what I mean? And from that there on, he said, yo, you don't never say that. You don't fight another man to your private parts, ever. And that's how I understood what Cory was talking about. Like, it's deep, bro. You know what I mean? That's like completely disrespectful. But I was a young buck. I didn't know, you know what I mean, at the time. But that was my lesson learned. And I was locked up. I could have been, you know what I mean? Dude could have got me just from that. You know what I mean? And they had no clue about that whole jail situation or just a manly situation. You know, I had no dad, showing me the ways. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to say that. That's all, man. You know what I mean? I'll hear your take on that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with you. And, excuse me, I had a cough drop. Hold on. I agree with you. And Anton from Detroit, he should know this. Because this is not, if he said, I'm from the blackest, because I know folk from Detroit. I know cats from Detroit now. Now, Cory's from Chicago, so maybe I understand where Cory's coming from a little bit more. But in Detroit, they don't get down like that. They don't get down like that. Will you imply that some man is sucking to some other man's private parts? Again and again. In Detroit, Cory knows better than that. I mean, Anton knows better than that. Okay. And even when he crossed that line, he knew he could have easily been like, you know what? Okay. If he was over the conversation, he could have said, you know what? You're right. I get you. I get you. You're right. You're right. Let's continue. Let's continue. But he deliberately kept trying to be all like, you're hypocritical. I don't agree. I don't agree. You're hypocritical. Instead of, because at that point in time, Cory was trying to talk about the overall premise of man disrespecting other men.
Yes.
That's what he was talking about. And Anton knew better. Okay.
What I said, I mean, did it make sense? Or I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What I said.
You don't do that. You don't invite nobody to know. You don't invite a man to another man's private. If a man, here's the thing: when you cross the line of private parts, the whole conversation becomes something different. Okay.
I want to see if this is me. Let me ask you this real quick. I just want to see if it's me. You telling a dude, yo, you kiss ass, opposed to somebody saying you suck, such and such or whatever. Is that the same? Is it the same? Like, you know what I mean? This is where I'm confused at. Is it the same? You know what I mean? Because
no, it's
like
not the same. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not the same. It's both. They're both offensive.
Yeah,
and if anything,
course,
Anton could have got him on that point, but Anton didn't specify what Cory did.
Exactly.
And anytime Cory said, okay, well, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Yeah.
Anton had several opportunities to elaborate on what he felt was disrespectful. And he never specified on anything that he didn't specify what specifically Cory said to him that was disrespectful. He just said, you disrespected me. Cory said specifically where his line was and how Anton crossed that line.
Yes. And you know what's real crazy though? It would have been over if he would have said that because Cory already said, like, yo, if you would have told me, or if you say something right there, it would have been done and over, and they would have been talking about something else. He said it himself. He didn't want to cross the line, so he never knew what line he was crossing, that he was being disrespectful on.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand that point in general, like, bro. And then I'm assuming that, you know what I mean, that was just for ratings or just, to be, he was hyping everything up because he had plenty of opportunity to explain himself.
He did.
But that was it. I appreciate you taking my call, bro.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
All right. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 843. You're on live.
How do you do, sir? Firstly, I'd like to send my appreciation to you for all you have done, for all that you have taught me. And I'm an older fellow, but my ears and mind is wide open. So many wonderful things a young brother like yourself has been bringing. I must say that Cory was wrong because he brought him on that show, I think, to specifically let him know to his face that you was an ass-kissing Uncle Tom, buck breaking, all that. So, and he is. And that's what hurt Anton, whatever that guy's name was, that suspected Tether. And when I say Tether, of course, I don't mean just because he's of another lineage. It's because of the way that he conducted himself as a melanated, particularly black person. He hates himself and he hates us, but he is able to espouse his hate towards us rather than himself because he never talks about himself. But Cory told him that he was an ass kisser. So he insulted him tremendously with that because he knows he's an ass kisser. So his retaliation of suck my thingsy, you know what I'm saying, set him off. And of course, you don't say no shit like that. And the other brother touched on it that back in the days, you know, when I was younger, we used to throw that around freely, and really didn't mean or really understood what we were saying. But as you get older, you realize you, like the brother said, you don't invite no other man to that. You know what I'm saying? And by the grace of God, Cory still got his money because he was going to break his whole face. He was going to break his whole face off, and he deserved to get his whole face broke off. But let it be with someone that doesn't have as much to lose, because he's going to get it. You can't do that to us. You can't go around hurting us. And I say us, foundation of Black American people, and just keep living like everything is all good. I mean, whenever it's come, we might not be there to see it, but he deserves it. You know what I'm saying? Because dude he's a monster. You know what I'm saying? He's a monster to us because he's trying to destroy us by destroying our character. And he's expelling just negativity, and he's being accepted by people who hate us, and he's making money. I mean, so he's basically a monster, and Cory knew that he was a monster. So by the grace of God, he ain't losing his money. You know what I'm saying? But he shouldn't have called him ass kisser and then have a so emotional response when he called him something back, even though he should have said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
and I can't hold Cory accountable for that, because I mean, when you do call somebody an ass kisser, that's an insult. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, now you have to expect when you insult somebody, that person is then going to escalate the situation. Okay. So Cory said that out of anger. So you can't, now saying the whole "you suck D," that's really crossing the line. But Cory, is not like you didn't do anything that also added to the incident as well too. So just understand where people's lines might be.
I agree. And I love Cory since way back in the days, the comic dude, when he used to be on TV. One of the funniest, definitely one of the most 25 funniest comedians on earth. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I do love him. But I'm glad he didn't lose his money. But that guy, man, oh my God, if Cory would have hit him, that dude would have been on fucking Fox News repetitively for the next 10 years, you know, so he would have come up even more. But thank you again for everything that you do, and I appreciate you taking my call.
Well, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to the next few speakers here. All right. We got some more speakers on the line. Let's get to caller from area code 202. You're on live. Caller from area code 202.
Can you hear me, Elite?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right, yeah. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Patience, all your conversation. I'm good, man. Also, what I wanted to add to the fact is that the brothers that the last three callers that came on, I know exactly who they are. They are real foundational Black Hebrew Americans. I don't like that Cory did what he did. Thing is, for real, sometimes catch them niggas in the streets. That's all. They ain't doing all that talking. We know who Anton Daniels is. Now, I'm not advocating no violence, but just see them in the streets. Don't invite them up on you. You're not expecting things like that to go down. And then you got a female up in the background, and she's trying to break it up. That didn't look good. But as the one, man, I'm glad that Cory can still hold his bag. All Cory had to do was just sit there and hold his comedy to the crown. He could have lit his ass up. Elite, man, I'm going to support you. I always try to do that, though. But I think I'm the buck horse from D.C., man. Pay attention to me. I'll always be on your line.
I got you, brother. I got you. I appreciate your support.
Man, hey, Elite, man, I thank you very much, man. Your content is real, brother. You have a good night, brother. I'm drop down. I'm listening.
You too,
All right.
brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right. All right. There we go. Caller from area code 713. You're on live.
Yeah, man. Appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody. B1 to the family. You know what I'm saying? This DJ Trillis. I'm just chiming in. I just wanted to give a fair warning to Cory Holcomb because he know in the past he really shouldn't be speaking, you know, or bringing people on trying to talk about black issues. He should stick to comedy. And he definitely shouldn't be trying to call people out because he had his moments. And especially, I'm not going to say a certain person's name, but he had a certain person that was a WS, and he fell back on. So he shouldn't be trying to talk about anybody else. He should have stuck to financial talk and to comedy talk and celebrity talk. Trying to be in a B1 space, he need to fall back until he addressed it. And I just wanted to make sure everybody know that he got to stop trying to use whatever publicity moves or stunts he trying to do to get back into black spaces. You need to chill that out until he come correct. So I just wanted to make sure, you know what I'm saying, I put that out there. Cory Holcomb, if you hearing me or you hear us in the B1 family, you need to come correct. All that half-stepping, we done with all that half-stepping. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
You got to be all the way B1, or you ain't gonna be. You ain't B1 at all. And certified salute to you, Afro Elite, and everybody else, man. Appreciate
All
that.
right. All right. Much respect to you. All right. I'm gonna say I am gonna add this. You know, if you are going to engage in political conversations or conversations about Black history, you need to know more than a surface level of it. You know, if especially now in 2026, if you're going to engage in a conversation where you're discussing or debating how Black people came to America, you're going to need to learn more than just the surface level of it. I'm not even saying that I know everything. I know I don't know everything, but I know that I know more than just the surface level of it. So if you are going to engage in these historical debates or these political conversations with people, then who are like Anton, who does this on the regular, you know what I'm saying? Whether I agree with what he's saying or his stances on it or not, you are going to have to be informed with knowledge, statistics, facts, and all of that stuff. All right. Going forward. Let's get to the next caller. Caller from area code 313.
Greetings, brother. How are you, Afro Elite?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. This is Brother Clyde Shabazz from the 313 from Detroit, Michigan. Remember, I'm the Green Party National Committee member.
Yeah,
and I just wanted to add, I just wanted to add my 2 cents to the brother from Detroit who called earlier and to the callers who are listening nationwide and around the world for that matter. I can tell you unequivocally, young Afro Elite, and by the way, I always greet you, young minister of FBA Code. I have to get that in there to give you your flowers, young man, because you are a dynamic minister of FBA Code, and you need to be acknowledged and given that prop. But anyway, I can unequivocally tell you I'm in my 60s, young man. I grew up in Pan-Africanism. I come from a lineage of Black people in 3 Black nationalist organizations, the Republic of New Africa, the New and Old Black Panther Party, and the Nation of Islam. Again, I'm Clyde Shabazz. I want to emphasize that. Anton Daniels has nada street credibility in this city, okay? My activist work has been decades long. 99% of his money comes from white Republican money. In his platform, he started out as one of those red pill pro Kevin Samuels people.
Yeah.
He's had female content creators like that Six the Goddess, that beautiful chick out of Atlanta. She talked about him like a dog and said he was trying to skim up on her with his wife in the home. She actually flew her up to Detroit to have on the podcast.
Yeah,
There's a
I
whole
know that.
history
Yeah.
there.
Hold on. Let me
There's a
pause that
whole
for a second. Let me just for the audience who don't know. I don't know if you all know who Six the Goddess is. She's an FBA sister who also makes content. This is before Anton was, I guess, doing political stuff. He tried to, long story short, he tried to get with her, and he, as a married man, and they was doing skits and all of that. She already talked about that stuff. This is why she doesn't really do skits with people, because they always be trying to get on her. But she did have that with Anton. I forgot about that. That is crazy. Yeah. He flew her out to do a skit, and then next thing you know, he was trying to push up on her. According to her, he denied it, but according to her, that's what happened.
Yes. So anyway, back to this fool, and I could see him using Cory's platform more or less, say, to try to gain some black credibility with his black conservative movement, because he's been exposed to me, content creators like the real Dana, who's nothing but a Republican version of Angela Rye in the Democratic Party. Anton is just a Republican version of a Roland Boulay Martin. That's all he is. And Cory, obviously, like you say, and I agree, because I'm getting secondhand information based on talking to creators like yourself about there was some type of schism between those two. But Cory doesn't come off as a politically astute guy, even though he's in the comedic world, and that he allowed this guy to come on here and really make him look bad. But I can tell you all unequivocally, this dude has no credibility on the street of Black Detroit. None. Never has, never will. And like some of the previous callers said, if we pushed up on him, he would run like a sissy. I promise you that. This dude has no credibility. Okay. And I just want to, like Ancestor Malcolm X said, I want to make that plain so there's no even thought that you in your YouTube audience space, he has no credibility. If he projects that, it's a GD lie. I promise you, in the name of our FBA ancestors, he has none. All of his money comes from white Republican conservative. When he flaunts his wealth about he drives the kind of car he drives and the lifestyle, that's white conservative Republicans putting him on so he can be a face to down talk on us like they do the other tethers and the other bootlegs in that party. Plain and simple. Now, I will want to close and say, I told you, the offer still stands. I am a national committee member on the Green Party USA. We have a FBA slate that was created specifically for us. I have, as a national committee member in our 26 and 28 platform, we will have lineage-based cash reparations and a federal anti-Black hate crimes agenda for us. My dear friend, Judge Brenda Sanders, a 40-year judge, is helping me to write and craft that. She was the chief judge in Detroit. We're heavy hitters in here, okay? I'm not in this to play. I'm in this to win. So as an option, anytime you want me on to debate me, to screen me, and that goes forward, because, the real ones like us, we're open books. And I've told them, and I've clashed with some of the Pan-Africans being in that lineage, and that is the reason why I left and became FBA, exactly, because I was one of those who didn't listen to Dr. Claude Anderson back in the 90s. He was telling this back then. So when the critics and detractors try to say it's Tariq Nasheed and we're a cult of his, I always hit them back with truth, because truth is like a nuke bomb. When you hit people with truth, you can't nothing but shut them down. So the conservatives, the Democrats, the Pan-Africanists, all these different groups that are upset with us because of delineation, when you know your stuff, when you know your facts, data, and statistics, you can't be touched. And on top of that, I'm a student of Malcolm X, so I'm going to come prepared every time. So that's all I want to say, good brother. I did leave my email with you too, didn't I? I don't know, anytime you're going to have me on standby. So, but you're welcome to have me,
okay.
And so everybody can screen me down, if you will, because I'm open for that. That's how we grow. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm Black in FBA first before I'm any political party. I'm that first.
All right.
I've been in this space for years. Okay. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for your work you do. You are always on point. Your young, brilliant mind is a blessing to our community. Thank you, young brother. Stay on your toes. All right. Man, my plane is. Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Hold on. Let me just...
Yep.
right, hold on. All right, let me see. All right then. All right, respect that. You know, and now we're having more people who are politically getting engaged. That's what we need. I respect that. We need that. Caller from area code 775. You're on live.
Shalom, my brother. My name is Clark Concrete, and I really like what that brother was saying, but I also want to add that, you know, I have some political background myself. I was one of Obama's main volunteers in 2012. You know, I learned a lot of legislation. You know, I was the secretary of the Black Caucus of the Democratic Party in Reno, Nevada, for Northern Nevada for 5 years. And I've been following both of them. I love Cory as a comedian and as a brother because he's very astute, you know, and I'm very proud of him for holding his cool because you know, nobody really knows, but Cory's been going through some stuff where people are trying to set him up. You know, he's had that situation with Zelle, you know, and he had to fight those suits. He had the situation with the lady that accused him of doing some stuff. You know, he's gone through some things coming up because I'm from Los Angeles. I have a 775 area code because I kept my phone. I'm from Los Angeles. I grew up on Crenshaw. I've seen people lose their life right there saying those words, which I'm not even going to say them. You know, I've seen people lose their life. So that's a very serious business. Los Angeles is not a fighting city. People don't just, you know, they throwing fades online, but in real life in Los Angeles, it looks nice, but you can lose your life very easily, you know, there. You know, I went to Morningside High School. You know, I grew up in Inglewood. I know everybody. You know, I'm not going to say, you know, my background, but I'm very proud of Cory. And as far as Anton Daniels is concerned, I follow him too. And financially, and as far as the Pan-African issue and the FBA issue, I'm going to put them all together. You got a certain set of people now that you have this new online thing. I'm 69 years old. I went through all the segregation. I was born in 1956. So I went through segregation. I got ran out of Marshall, Texas when I was 6 years old, bro. Running my mouth. I was brought up in the free breakfast program on Adams Boulevard and Montclair. You know what I'm saying? I was there across the street when the shootout went down. Those people gave me breakfast every day. I went to the after school program. I was brought up in Marxism, but I'm also a veteran. You know, I also, you know, I'm a Vietnam era veteran, and I believe in my country. This is my country. My people are from Marshall, Texas. You know, the capital of the Confederacy. You know, my people are from Beaumont. My people are Indians. You know, I don't have any background in Africa. I love those people. They're cool. Some of, you know, everybody got their criminal elements and stuff, you know, but we're not African. And people are going to have to recognize that. You know, we need to study our lineage, not as far as taking these DNA tests. Check with your grannies and your great grannies, your aunties, and get those Bibles and get some, I guess you could call it, check your family background.
That's true.
And then
I'm gonna
realize,
brother, I'm gonna let you land real quick because I gotta we're
oh, no
running a
problem, no
little bit
problem.
over,
But as
so
far
we
as
gotta
Antoine Daniels, I see him as a manipulator. He's the type of person, just like, I'm not going to mention other names, but we know a lot of these Pan-African brothers and stuff, and they're not as astute, I would say, financially, and as Antoine Daniels. But as far as I'm concerned, anybody that, you know, projects themselves as a conservative, as a moral person that doesn't live that life is the actual hypocrite. And I'm going to land with that.
All right, yeah. That's true. Anybody who claims to be anybody who claims to be a Christian person but doesn't want to acknowledge the sin of racism and the sins of white supremacy is a hypocrite. I'm not saying nothing about nobody's faith. I'm not saying nothing about nobody's religion, but I know on this channel specifically, we'll have Christians who call in, we'll have Muslims who call in, we'll have people who don't believe in necessary or I would say more spiritual people who don't subscribe to a religion who might call in. Okay. But if you do believe in a faith and you do see sins as something wrong, then you should see the sin of white supremacy as something wrong. So if you're a Christian first, before you're black, Shouldn't you be against the sin of white supremacy? That's my question to all of the Anton Daniels and the Roland Martins who want to put being Christian before being black. Okay, well, you should be on the front lines to dismantle white supremacy because that's the biggest sin of the world. Caller from area code 708. You're on live.
How you doing, brother? Thank you for having me up. I enjoy everything that you guys do. And you kind of just took the words out of my mouth. The thing that I wanted to call and respectfully had a conversation about is people who don't identify as FBA first, people who put their Christianity, people who put their sexuality or any other identity in front of their foundational Black American identity. I think that's a problem that we have in the community and a problem that we need to address as a whole.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But that's all I got for you, brother. I appreciate you, and I'll land right there.
All right. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. All right. We'll be on for a few more minutes. We ain't going to be on all night long. But I agree with that because there's no reason for you to do that. There's no reason for you to sit up there and not be black first. Okay. This doesn't take away from anything. Okay. Being black first is you acknowledging the reality and the importance and severity of dismantling the system of white supremacy with a system of black empowerment. That's it. And a system of justice through black empowerment. All right. That's what it is. When people want to put being Christian, being a woman, being gay, being Democrat, Republican, being rich, being poor, being this, being that, before being black, that means that they are afraid to acknowledge their blackness. That is them trying to put something else there out of cowardice to avoid the real issue of the world, which is white supremacy. Caller from area code 773, you're on live.
Hello.
How you doing?
Mr. Afro Lee, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing?
This is the first time I ever watched your show, man. I could really appreciate the way you ethically speak and put things down. I'm gonna be looking forward to your future works. And I'm gonna tell my brothers and my family about you. Now, I'm a little unaware. I want to ask you something off topic. What are those two flags on the wall behind you?
Okay. Well, this flag right here, this is the Black American Heritage flag. And then this flag right here, this is the FBA flag.
Okay. Thank you. I can appreciate that. I look forward to your future content and learning a lot of things from you.
Well, thank you.
If I want to say anything about the topic tonight, I feel like that guy Anton Daniels, I'm not really familiar with him. I seen he had said something. I seen him one day before when he had said something similar to what he said to Cory, to something on a panel about sucking this and sucking that. But he was acting like that girl on Charlie Brown. When Charlie Brown go kick the football, and she just moved the football out the way, and he just kick in the air. I feel he was just moving the goalpost and acting like that the whole night, like self-projecting on court.
Yeah, he was. But like the second he crossed the line, he was all like, "Man, I just shitted on you." And then Cory was like, "Hey, you need to be careful." And then Anton's all like, "Why are you so easily offended, dude? You're saying things to another man in his face, which is disrespectful. I don't care what you think, whether it's crossing the line or not. That's up to your interpretation. But you knew what you said was disrespectful. You knew that was crossing the line. And then you're going to sit up there and gaslight and make it seem as if you didn't say it. Why are you so easily offended? Like he's sensitive and emotional when you're literally pressing his buttons on purpose."
Well, the thing is, it's like you could tell somebody, "Hey, you got something in your beard," and they say, suck me off. You could say, "Hey, man, you got a smudge on your shoe." And you say, "Suck me off." You know them is fight, Mark. You can't do that. But I'm not going to hold the line, man. You know what he did.
Yeah, that's true.
I appreciate you, man. I look forward to your future content. I might check out some of the old stuff too, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, man.
No problem. Welcome to the channel. I hope you stay. Hope you subscribe. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
No, I subscribed and I liked it, man. Good work. Good job.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to him. That's what I'm talking about. Caller from area code, because we've been on for a little bit longer than I wanted to. So we're going to wrap things up shortly. So caller from area code 815. You're on live.
Afro Elite, how you doing, sir?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Peace and blessings to the FBA family. Man, what we witnessed in that video, family, we witnessed our enemy being our footstool. If you guys caught that when he said, "What do black people want?" He already knew what we wanted. We want our reparations, our tangibles that was supposed to be given to our ancestors. So what we see is our ancestors working in our behalf. And I land on that. Peace and blessings to everybody.
Yes. Peace to you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. And the thing is that, and this is one thing I don't like, and I said this earlier in the live stream, Anton, he's going to sit up there and be all like, man, what do y'all niggas want? First off, the way he said it was condescending and disrespectful. My whole thing is, what do y'all niggas want? Dude. In order to solve any problem, you have to, first off, acknowledge the problem. And every time we acknowledge the problem of slavery and racism, it's, oh my God, what do y'all want? When are you guys going to leave it alone? When are you guys going to get over it? It's in the past. Let it go. Every single time we acknowledge an issue. And I want you to understand something. This is not no new thing. This has happened ever since slavery was illegal, technically illegal. Ever since then, during Jim Crow, oh my God, here you guys go. Just leave it alone, okay? During the crack epidemic, during Jim Crow, during convict leasing, during redlining, during sharecropping, during this, doing that. It's every single time during the civil rights movement, every single time we acknowledge a problem, we will always be dealt with people who are coming to the conversation talking about, oh my God, please let it go. Please leave it alone. Oh, what do you want? All you guys are doing is complaining. And then when we bring up a solution, when we say, hey, we're complaining, we're making an issue because we need this, this, and this. They don't want to solve anything. Okay. Every time we bring it up, they say, no, just let it go. That's the solution-oriented people. Just tell us to just let it go. That's what they say. Mind you, the energy that they have with us, they don't have with anybody else. They wouldn't tell the red Native Americans, they wouldn't tell them to just let it go. They wouldn't tell them that. Oh, the Trail of Tears, oh, that happened so long ago. Oh, just let it go. They wouldn't say that to the Japanese. Oh, the internment camp thing. Oh, they just let it go. They wouldn't say that to Japan. Oh, the nukes. Oh, just let those nukes go. Oh my God, y'all keep bringing it up. They don't say that about the Holocaust. Oh my God, that was so long ago. Oh, just let it go. No. When stuff happens to other groups of people, they'll get up there and they'll say, we will never forget. We will never forget and we will never let it go. Every single year since 9/11, every single year they say, never forget. We can never forget 9/11. We can never forget 9/11 every single year. Every year. All of these other issues, they will stand up with pride and conviction and say, I will never let this go. It's only when it comes to our issues, when it comes to slavery, Jim Crow, convict leasing, redlining, all of the things that happen to us and are still currently happening to us, do they say, oh my God, you guys just live in the past. You guys just don't know how to let things go. You're victims. You guys have a victim mentality. That's your problem. You guys just want to be They don't say that about nobody else because they know not to cross that line. And I think this is the whole thing. They know not to cross that line with everybody else. But they don't feel the consequences. They don't fear the consequences of crossing that line with us. Let me get the next caller. Caller from area code 267. You're on live.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on live.
It's Curtis in Philly. It's from Curtis in Philly.
Curtis, my brother Curtis. How you doing, Curtis?
How you doing, man? Good. Yeah. Like I said, yeah, I love listening to watching your show, brother. You understand? But I don't know if it's true or not though. But I think Antoine, I think he's a Nigerian, if I'm right, man. Because like I said, because every time Cory was asking a question, he always how can I say? Always change the goalposts and everything, man. You understand? And a person like Antoine that hate black people, man, something's wrong with him in the spiritual and the inside of him, man. Because like I said, I don't know how he grew up, as a child, man, but he got hate for his own self, man, and he got hate for our people, FBA, man. So and I believe that I believe Cory really wanted to lay hands on him, man.
I agree.
because I mean Cory, because Antoine said about the penis and stuff like that. That's to me that's fighting words. You understand, man?
Mm-hmm.
That's fighting words where I come from. You understand? Because like I said, I'm old. I'm 65 years old. So back in my day, you couldn't say certain things around men, even when you was a teenager. Because I remember back in the day, in my day, when we used to fight, you crossed this stick right here. It was fighting, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
It was quite bad. But like I said, man, God bless you, man. And and keep. And another thing before I want to talk to you. Remember I told you before that there's no Christianity is created by the Catholic Church. If anything, we are called Christians. That's Christ-like. We try to be like Christ-like. But Christianity was created by the Catholic Church, and like I said, because I was listening to your show. I forgot what it was, or it might have been one of the other channels, and y'all was talking about Christian and Christianity, and like I said, we are supposed to, because I don't know if you know, but when Jesus when they were selling in the house of God, what did Jesus Christ do? He got mad and he turned over the table, the money thing, everything, because Jesus says, my house is not for selling. My house is for what? Prayer and worship. We're supposed to fellowship with each other as brothers and sisters. Only time, like, if I do something wrong, right, like say, like, you can say you accept Jesus Christ as your personal Savior. If you say something wrong, you understand, that is not written in God's holy word, I have to mark you. I have to pull you to the side and show you in the word of God where you made your error at. You understand? But otherwise, my brother, I'm gonna give you your triple flowers, man. God bless you, brother. I hope you'll come down to Philadelphia, man. And have a revelation. Maybe I can say a few words, brother. You understand? But otherwise, man, God bless you, man. God bless you.
Yes, indeed, brother. Yes, indeed. If I ever plan on making it to Philly, if I ever schedule anything, I'll let you know. Because we got to meet up. We got to meet up, brother.
Yeah.
I'll let you know the second I make that plane ticket. I'll let you know.
Yeah. And another thing, I want to say, you got, as far as females, you got two females. You got ZZ, brother. They be on you, man. And you got, what's the other sister name from New York? You got Brooke, brother. Which one you want? Or they could just be your co-workers, man. You know what I'm saying? But
this brother's funny.
I had to lay that on you, man. Yeah, I had to lay that on you, man. Okay, man. God bless you, brother. Keep it together.
Thank you, brother. Okay? God bless you too, brother. Appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. Y'all always tend to keep me over time. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Y'all always keep me over time. We almost been open them because I got a timer for how long the phone line's been open. We almost had the phone lines open for an hour. We are almost at 4 hours, and you know what? It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault because I said I wasn't gonna do a 4-hour thing, but it looks like that's what's happening. It's my fault. Because I always go over. That's on me. I can't blame nobody but myself. That's on me. I always do it. That's why y'all don't believe me. I said, okay, we're not going 4 hours. They be like, yeah, right. Okay, sure. I know y'all don't believe me. I know y'all don't because I always go over. Caller from area code 971. You're on live.
Hey, Afro. This is Jacoby from Portland, Oregon. How you doing this evening?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing?
Doing much, just driving. So yeah, I saw the clips and stuff, and Cory had every right to go off on Anton Daniels. As I sat here and I sat and processed it, even the surface debates, Anton Daniels would have lost. He knew that, and he deliberately sabotaged the whole situation. For one, to humiliate Cory, not in the black spaces because he didn't humiliate. He checked him, but new audience and his audience to show that you see, black people can't have no honest debate. Black people can't hold a temper, and meanwhile, Anton is doing those things, and Cory's kind of picking up on it, but he's trying not to, go in on him too much.
Mm-hmm.
He let him into his show on good faith.
Yeah.
That's why now I get why Tariq be roasting folks on the spaces and he be posting on YouTube. I get why, because these folks are not worthy of taking up your serious time. They're time wasters. And I try to look up Anton Daniels, his family. The most I got from him, he looked like he might be a coon, but if you try to find his mother where he was born, it might be hard. Now, he might be a CT. A CT means coon tether. So, I mean, it could be that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But what I do know is if he's from Detroit, you don't have to live in Detroit to understand how people in Detroit kind of get down. Neither Chicago. But Anton was testing the waters to see what he can do to Cory.
Mm-hmm.
In many ways, it was he kind of won, but didn't win on the black side. He kind of won because he was like, I got him. And he wasn't going to fight. People who fight. People fight. They don't talk. They just fight. So Anton Daniels has been on that shit for a long time. This is the same guy who did $1 for hugs.
Really? I didn't even know he did that.
$1 for hugs.
$1 for
hugs.
hugs.
A while ago. Man, find it. He might have scrubbed it, but he did $1 for hugs. What? Then he opened up this makeshift restaurant. It went belly up. Then he got his sister fired, or one of his family members fired from one of these jobs for faking sick leave. He said it out of his mouth. As a testimony to what he wasn't supposed to be doing and what he's changed. But Anton Daniels is a bitch, and he does need his ass whooped. And I wish Cory would have gave him what he wanted, because I just land like that. That's how you have to look at it. And see, Anton Daniels, I'll leave it like this. Anton Daniels, the only way to get his ass is a 3 debate. And it can't be on his turf, and it can't be on Cory's turf, or neither. It has to be a neutral setting. That's how you get his ass.
Yeah, where a moderator is there. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. Y'all peace now.
Peace, brother. Yeah, I didn't mean to kind of, but yeah, where a moderator is there, that's a good. That's the only way to do it. And so the reason why is because now he gets to go to his audience, which is predominantly white males, which is why he doesn't speak about them. Even the white male liberals, he doesn't cross that line. He knows better, because those are the people who pay him and have memberships and all of that stuff and pay for his stuff, whatnot, right? Let's be honest, okay? He has a lot of that support, which is why he's not willing to criticize them, okay? He wanted a situation where he presses Cory's buttons, because he knew even if Cory did get up and start swinging on him, he knew his security wouldn't let it go too far. At best, Cory would have had a couple of shots. He could have possibly got maybe 1 or 2 blows in, and then his security would have pushed him off, and it would have been that. And then Anton would have pressed charges for assault. Okay. And then he would have went back on his platform. He would have flown back to Detroit, went back on his platform and said, see, this is the problem with niggas. And he would have said that. He would have said the N-word. See, niggas don't know how to have a good conversation. See, this is why nobody respects us. And, you know, they love doing it. This is why we can't have nothing. This is why nobody respects us, because niggas don't know how to control themselves, and they don't know how to have a good conversation, and they don't know how to disagree and be men and talk it out. That's what he would have did. That's kind of what he's doing. So, yeah, that's exactly what he wanted to do. Caller from area code 817.
Oh yeah, how you doing, Afro? This is Kendall. I'm out of Houston.
Oh, okay. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, sir. So I actually watched the thing live, and I got a couple of things from it. I mean, the first thing I got is he did that same thing that Roland Martin did when he was in front of a alt-right guy. I forgot his name.
Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer. There we go. Yeah, he was like, "I'm a Christian. I'm not black or whatever." So that's one thing I picked up, which I just thought was unusual. And he had such a hardcore disdain for just black people. But another thing that I kind of I saw it later, like this video was going around with him and Fleece Johnson. Fleece Johnson was flirting with him, and he's just giggling like he was damn near blushing or whatever. And so I guess when Cory kept talking about the homosexual stuff, that probably just kind of got to him a little bit, possibly. So I mean, but I know he came in with a clear agenda. You could see that. I mean, he was letting out breadcrumbs saying that, talking about how he studied Cory, and I think he came in with kind of a good heart. You know, Cory did, because I watched 5150 a lot, but he came in kind of with a good heart, thinking he can kind of talk to him, try to reach him. But I'm like, you're a professional tap dancer. You can't reach people like that. So you just got to let it be.
Yeah, you can, and that's the thing. Like the other caller said, Jacoby. Cory did try to reach him on good faith. He said that in the thing. He was like, I'm trying to reach him. I'm trying to get to him. He said that in good faith. He tried to engage in the conversation in good faith. The thing is that that's not what Antoine was doing. Anton, not Twan. Anton. I keep getting that twisted. Anton was doing. He wasn't doing that. All right. Because if that was the case, every single talking point, and this is why I started from the beginning, not when they was arguing, because I wanted you guys to understand, to see exactly what type of time Anton was on, because every single talking point he didn't like, he pivoted and he dodged it and he evaded whatever question or talking point or subject that he didn't want to address and he didn't want to feel comfortable with. That's not something you do when you go to a conversation in good faith. So he didn't even step into the conversation in good faith. He didn't do that from jump.
He didn't answer one question. He didn't answer one question. Like every question he asked him, he didn't answer, and then that's why he kept going back. Why don't you talk about white men? Or and he would never answer that. So that's why he didn't answer anything. Cory got frustrated, and that's kind of what it got to. But I mean, and I also kind of watched some of the other video, like, I watched the rest of the show, and I watched like the Craig, he only had one bodyguard, and he's at a place where Cory, like, they're like family up there from what I get from it. So, I mean, he would have probably got more than just a couple of punches in.
Yeah, I know his bodyguard his bodyguard being like, sir, if you do that again, I'm gonna have to quit. His bodyguard gonna have to tell him, it was like 7 of them. You went to his spot. It's like 7 of them. There's only 1 of me. You think I was gonna protect you and me? So I'm gonna have to resign, or you're gonna have to get more security.
Yeah, because his co-host popped up. Like, he popped up later, and he was like, "Yeah, I have some homies outside with me too, just in case," because he didn't know what he had. So he was like, he popped up in just for a few minutes because he had a comedy show he was at. But he came when he heard his name on the show, and he said he had some homies outside too, just in case. But he was already gone. So, I mean, like I said, he wasn't too safe up there with that one bodyguard.
Yep. Yeah, real talk. That's true. I appreciate the call, brother. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for having me. Have a good day, man.
You too. You too. All right, hold on. I was about to drop the next caller. I didn't even mean to do that. Caller from area code 240. You're on live.
Sure. What's that? How you doing?
Black first,
Can you hear me?
Black first, brother. What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me. We're gonna only be here for a few more minutes. I know y'all don't believe me when I say that. It was like a few more minutes in Afro's time is 30. So I know y'all don't believe me, but quite literally, it's almost 4 hours now. So what's on your mind, brother?
I just wanted to genuinely get your opinion on, like, do you feel like that was just like complete tetherism?
Do I feel like Anton is a tether?
Like it was just like he just like it was tetherism, like language, like the word nigga being used like so many times, like 3 times a sentence, and then like bro being overly used. Like that's not how we talk, you know. Like that's how tethers talk. Like that's how people that's like
Yeah, it doesn't.
want to
First
claim
off,
that they're black talk.
yeah, that and the mannerisms and all of that stuff.
Yeah, the way you dress, like
No,
you
it
know what I'm
doesn't give
saying.
it. Yeah, it's not FBA masculine energy. It doesn't give that at all. There was only a few times where you actually saw Cory, like when Cory sat there in front of him, Anton is kind of looking forward. Anton, a lot of times didn't look Cory in the eye. When Cory leaned forward,
Yeah,
Anton didn't do that.
gestures wasn't like, you know what I'm saying. It wasn't like that's not how we move.
Yeah, and
Like the
all
way
that
he was
nigga, like when it's like, and I know what you're saying, because when people are performative with like hood talk, when you're from, and I'm not even saying you got to be a gangster or you got to be from the hood or whatever, but when you're around the environment, there's a natural flow to it. But when you have people,
There
and
you
that's
get
what
what I'm
like
saying.
those
That's
white
exactly.
people
I'm
be like,
sorry
yo,
to
yo,
break. I'm
yo, and
sorry to
they
cut you off, but
deliberately put on extra amounts of it because
yeah,
they're not from it.
that's
It
what
doesn't naturally flow.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy, bro.
Oh no, you're not crazy. You're not crazy.
All right, that's it. That's all I want. You know what I'm saying? I just knew I wasn't tripping. I've been watching Anton for a long time. You know, what I mean? I knew it was
Yeah, you're
something,
not.
but today really solidified it. Like I
Yeah.
was trying to figure out what is something off, but yeah, that because it wasn't like it seemed like he could have got further with a real conversation, but I felt like he was being greedy, like he really wanted more clout, more though than like a good conversation. He still could have got the same amount of clout if he would have just had a regular conversation, but I feel like he was being greedy.
Yeah. It felt like at a certain point in time, he knew what was going on. He knew the conversation, right? And as a chess player, as somebody he was like, yeah, I can make a step and you fell for my trap. He was like dropping, he was foreshadowing exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like they trying to sabotage us, bro. In our own country, bro. This shit is crazy. It's throwing me off. I deal with it in the workplace. That's how I know what it looks like.
Yeah.
And I'm in DC, so it's crazy, bro. It's a lot.
That's true. That's true. I appreciate that, brother.
I'm gonna let you go though. I appreciate you for hearing me out.
Yeah. Thank you for your call. All right. Caller from area code 619. You're on live.
Hey, Afro, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just sitting here listening, and I'm in San Diego, and my name is Keith. It's crazy because I rock with Cory, and I was born in Detroit, so I go back and forth. I was raised out in San Diego, and you know all that sucking stuff, you know, that ain't going for you. Don't go for that nonsense. And he know good and well somebody sucking right in the mouth, but it was on TV, and a security, I thought it was security guards, but it was like only one. He knew good and well that when you said lawsuit, I'm like, nah, if he got security guards, he gonna handle his business. I was thinking, you know, I had more respect for him, but now I'm hearing all this right here and hearing the background. I'm like, it was like a plot. It sounded like a plot. You know what I'm saying? From Jump Street. And I'm like, oh man, because like men, when you say that kind of stuff, ain't no talking. We ain't talking about nothing. We gotta get out. Win, lose, or draw. You can't do that to me. I can't have that. I can't, you know, How your woman gonna look at you as a man and let another man talk to you like that? That don't make no sense. I just can't understand that. But in this life is what they live in these days, these youngsters and old niggas too to do that. I don't understand that. And I think the dude is a tether, but I don't know for sure. But I'm just listening. I heard the first part from a different podcast, and I'm just hearing, I've seen the scene, but now I'm listening to the whole thing, and I'm getting a more of a whole perspective. And I'm just glad to be able to you call me on up. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. We'll
right,
get to, and there's people just calling in, and I appreciate that, brother. But we're gonna have one last call. We're gonna do one more caller. All right, because we've been on here for over an hour with the calls. This has been a 4-hour live. I did not think it was gonna be that long, but it is. That's a good thing, though. It's a good thing. I'm not complaining. I like it actually. But we gotta wrap things up. So we'll do one more caller. All right. And then people still calling in. I mean, y'all just don't want it to stop. What am I supposed to do? Caller from area code 8832. You're on live.
How's it going, Afro? This is the realist out of Dallas, man. You did an awesome job just breaking down everything, all the little subs and everything. I feel like even without your comments, like you could still tell that Antoine was just kind of like he was being like obtuse on purpose. So it seems like even without like you could still tell that he was kind of acting like a bitch, honestly. I feel like, do you think it'll be pretty obvious to people, other people who will look at it, and no matter how he tried to spin it, if you look at Cory's live, like you can see that, hey, he's causing problems. Do you think it'll be obvious, or you think people will just kind of like, be on this side? Or
Well, you know what's interesting is I've seen discourse about it, and that's the crazy thing, because I see some real men like who understand, and I'm not saying that they're tough guys, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they gangsters, I'm not saying that they hardcore or nothing like that, but men who understand the man code, they get it. But then there's some other men who are on Anton's side who's all like, well, Cory was emotional, and Anton, he stood his ground, and Anton got up and said, you want to go outside, but Cory didn't say anything. Cory didn't want to go outside. Cory wasn't really about it. So you do have some folk who are on Anton's side. You know what I'm saying? And those are the type of men who are messy, antagonistic, and will gaslight and be obtuse. Okay, they're not very straightforward men. So kind of this situation kind of lets you know their perspective on masculinity, if you think about it, because every man I know understands exactly what Cory was talking about. Now I think he did. He spent a long time explaining it, in my personal opinion. But every man I know understands exactly what he's talking about. And if you don't understand what he's talking about, either you're not from here, or you got some of that, I ain't gonna lie, you might be a little bitch made. That's the only thing. So there is a division, but I think most people understand where Cory's talking about. Most men understand what Cory's talking about. Plus, Anton doesn't have black support like that, no way. So he ain't gonna really have a whole bunch of black people backing him off rip anyway.
that makes sense. That's all I got, man. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, we can wrap things up. We can wrap things up here, should we? There's only one. We just do this one last caller. I'm just in a good mood tonight, so we're gonna do one last caller. So we're gonna do. You gotta be quick though. Caller from area code 562. You're on live.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
I'm glad I'm the last one. I'm glad you took me. I was crossing my fingers the entire time. A couple points. The first thing, I was really upset when the show started and I didn't see Craig. When I didn't see Craig, I said, this is getting ready to get real bad, because I'm not saying Craig was going to defeat Anton or nothing like that. It just would have been an extra voice, because Darlene wasn't going to say nothing. She was absolutely pointless and useless last night, because Anton already got in her head before the interview even started.
Yeah.
Because she admitted that they had a conversation and about her personal life, and it made her feel real good. So Anton came in with the art of war type of mentality already. He was trying to already brainwash her, and so he got her on his side. So Darlene was absolutely useless. Craig would have been the one to really like step in and and kind of back up Cory, or have Cory leave and let him do the talking. I just find it really weird. Of all the weeks that Craig is there, he had a show, quote unquote, to do the night that this actually took place, and then he shows up right after Anton leaves, kind of like like the movie Scream. The first Scream when the murder happens, and Ghostface takes somebody out, and then the white boy pops up at homegirl's bedroom window, and we all looking like, who is that? Was it really him, or was it who was the killer just now? And he pops up out of nowhere, talking a gang of mess, which I got mad respect for Craig. But I just didn't like the fact that he wasn't there. That was very coincidental that he wasn't there. And then now he's making these videos, saying let's run it back and blah, blah, blah. Bro, you were needed in the very first one. You were needed there.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
fact that you wasn't there, I'm not blaming you, but it just doesn't seem right that you need to insert yourself into this now that you wasn't there the first time. And like I said, last point, brother, and I'll be done, is just that I just really feel that both of those guys took an L, because I feel that Cory didn't do his proper homework on Anton like Anton did him.
Yeah.
And I think that they're two different types of people, and one is a comedian that has political views, and one is a content creator intellectual with political views. So it's kind of like trying to, it's kind of like asking Martin Luther King to go on a comedy stage and do comedy just because he's a very good speaker. It's not going to work. He's not funny. You know what I'm saying? Anton's not a comedian. Cory is. Cory's going to try to make light of everything, whereas Anton is going to be very direct and very serious and on point with everything. So it was really like two different conversations that was going on last night. And Cory's old school. He's been doing comedy now 35 years. Anton has been relevant on social media maybe 10 years. It was two different types of people, and one person was trying to protect their brand because they know where it could go, and that was Cory. He was being real safe about everything, and Anton knew what to push. He knew what to do. He knew how to get Cory out of his seat. He knew that. It's kind of like I'm gonna say one last thing, brother. I'm sorry to be rude. I'm gonna say one last thing. I'm gonna let it go. I don't know if you watch wrestling, but like in wrestling storylines, they have a situation where if the champion touches the antagonizer, he'll lose his championship belt. It's kind of like a no touch clause. You can't touch your opponent until the actual match. If you touch him, we're gonna strip you of your title. And the antagonistic person is going to do everything and say everything to get the champion to touch him so he can lose his title. That's what Anton did. Anton knew that Cory might have been in a situation that he knew that he couldn't afford to get himself into. So I'm going to go at him because he ain't going to do shit about it. Not because he ain't man enough or he ain't gangster enough. It's just that Cory's being smart. Anton knew that. And that's why I lost all respect for Anton. And I'm not going to be following no more of his channels because that was a pussy move. Cory did the right thing. I just hope that when he comes back on the show on Wednesday or Tuesday, he talks about it, puts it out there, and don't fall into abyss, because that'll be the last thing you want to do. You got too many fans. I appreciate you, bro. You have a good night, man. God bless and be safe.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, we'll wrap things up there. That's what we will do. We will wrap things up right there. And there's more callers on the line, but come on now. There's more callers on the line, but come on, y'all gotta give me some. Let me see. Now, people were saying that Craig was there. I think I'm not sure if Craig showed up. Craig wasn't there in the beginning. That's the thing. We know he wasn't there in the beginning. I think he did pull up late when Anton is still there, but that was around the ending of the Antoine being there. That was about the ending of the segment. To be honest, I think if Craig was there, the whole situation probably wouldn't have worked out the same way. I think Craig, and no offense to Cory, I think Craig wouldn't have allowed Anton to easily pivot from whatever topic he wanted to. Because Cory is not in his lane. His lane is comedy. And much respect to him, and I don't think I think he's intelligent, but that's just not his lane. That's Anton's lane. I think Craig is more familiar with Anton's lane. You know what I'm saying? So when Anton is switching topics and dodging and evading questions, Cory didn't catch that. I think Anton, at least a couple of times, would have caught that. In my personal opinion, he probably would have caught that. And then as far as Darlene, Anton, he called Darlene, and I don't know what he said, but he called Darlene and he kind of buttered her up before the conversation. And notice this is another sneaky thing he tried to do. When his back was against the wall, metaphorically speaking, when his back was against the wall, he was all like, yeah, man. And then Darlene doesn't say anything to you because you try to big brother her, or you try to big brother Craig, and you try to do this. He tried to make it seem as if Cory is like bullying, or he's intimidating over Darlene, and Darlene can't really say what she wants to say because Cory's the big dog and Cory doesn't let nobody talk over him, or Cory doesn't let nobody disagree with him, or Darlene is kind of like a damsel who can't say anything about Cory. So even when he tried to pull that move, it's like he's trying to signal Darlene, I'm on Darlene's side, and Darlene is bullied by you. You be picking on Darlene, even though they have their disagreements here or there, you know. But he's able to do stuff like that he wouldn't be able to do if Craig was there. Even when Darlene tried to get in front of them too, you know, if Craig was there, it would have been a different situation. So I do agree with that. And it could be that maybe, I don't know, but possibly Anton knew that Craig wasn't going to be there. And like he said, he's a chess player. So he put the pieces, he scheduled the meeting and all of this stuff for that specific time. Because he knew the environment would have went his way, the play would have went his way if Craig was out the picture. For him to make the move he made, Craig wouldn't have had to be there. So it could have been where he waited for Craig not to be available for him to say, okay, that's the time I'm available. And then he goes there, they get into it, and then he leaves, even though he knows that wouldn't have happened if Craig was there. Possibly. They could have went that way. We don't know. Let me get to these super chats because y'all been very gracious with the super chats, and I appreciate that. The contributions. Thank you very much, family. Okay. Jalen says, thank you, Afro Elite, for this broadcast. You're breaking down this piece by piece perfectly. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. Let me get to Mongo says, Anton was baiting. Yeah, he was baiting and instigating. He was doing that. Came in with an agenda. It was bad faith arguments, and people actually follow that guy. It was, and people do. He did the whole time. That's true. Very true. Okay. Ellie says, Anton is the type of dude that can get ran up on just on GP. I'm sure it will happen soon. Cory is a comedian and losing momentum because Anton is a monster manipulator and knows exactly what he's doing. Jealousy and harbor hate. Yeah, that's true. Yep. Let me see. He's bussified. He is. I didn't know what that. He's bussified. That's true. And he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing, and he wouldn't be able to do that if, like, for instance, and I'm not trying to insult anybody, but if I was there, because this is what I do. I'm not a comedian. That's not my lane. But if I was up against Anton, that's my lane. So I'm not going to allow people to pivot. You see it happening when I debate people on TikTok lives all of the time. You see me stop people when I see them trying to pivot, when I see them trying to dodge a question. And when I see them trying to like move or change or move the goalposts, I catch it right there in real time. So that's my lane. So he wouldn't be able to do that here. But he went to a place where he knew he was going to be able to essentially catch somebody slipping and trigger them because he could do that. FBA Paris says, when Anton said, I studied you, Cory should have asked, what was your conclusion? To get to the bottom of Anton's BS. He should have asked that. See, that's some things that's what happens when you're not in that person's lane. And that's the thing, and we got to be honest. We have to be honest with this, because if you're going to invite somebody to your platform physically, not over Zoom or whatever, if you're going to physically invite somebody to your platform, you do have to do due diligence. There's no reason that Anton should have studied Cory and Cory didn't study Anton. You should have known who you were inviting. If Anton knew who he was going to, then you should have known who was coming. That you should have did your due diligence. You should have. Marcus says, quote, rage bait. Where I'm from, it's called letting your mouth write a check. Letting your mouth write a check that your ass can't cash. That's old school for you. That's old school. He says, another man rage bait at his own risk. Hey, that's true. Oh, that rage baiting, and that's the thing. And this is what Cory was trying to express to him. Stuff online is not real life. You can rage bait somebody online. You can press somebody's buttons online. You can trigger somebody online. You can threaten somebody online. You shouldn't, but you can do that. But when you're in real life, when somebody, you can physically reach your hand out and touch somebody, that's a whole different thing. It's a whole different scenario. You can't even say half of the stuff you can't get away with, rather half of the stuff online, if they were in your face. If somebody is 3 feet away from me, I can't troll online. Okay. And as men, we have to kind of let that rule, because that's a rule it's an unspoken rule that men have had. And men have always operated with that unspoken rule. But we have to understand now with social media, we got to really actually establish that rule and make sure people know it. Because there's a lot of young brothers who are growing up who don't know that rule and are taking life or death. And that, unfortunately, like Cory said, there's graveyards full of people who didn't understand that rule, who didn't understand that code. And we got a whole bunch of people on the internet who are trolling online, who go up, I'm in your hood, and they on their phones and stuff like that. I'm over here, I'm in your hood, and flexing online, not understanding, not comprehending that consequences will follow because you're doing things. You think online because there are no consequences online besides you being suspended or blocked, and then you can make another account and do the same thing again. You can't make another life. You can't do that again. So we are going to have to establish that. So I am glad that Cory said that is a rule. And it's not just Chicago thing. That's a rule nationwide. Let's get to the next speaker. Sove says Anton admitted that he intentionally came to Cory's show to antagonize him. Okay. Anton is a pickaninny looking for views and exposure, complete sellout. That's true. He knew what he was doing. He said it. He foreshadowed it. He knew what he was doing. Marcus says same folks that handled Pearly handled Anton. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Handles Anton. Okay. Yeah. They all work in the same circles and all that stuff too. That's interesting. Do you see a pattern there? Do you see a pattern? All right. Let's get to, I guess it's a lot of Marcuses tonight, right? It's a lot of Marcuses. Okay, let's get to this other Marcus. Other Marcus says the FBA brothers have stepped up tonight. Salute to you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Earth Angel Remix says, a great lesson. Anton is, quote, buck broken tether. All right. Hey, a lot of people suspect he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he is. Let's be honest with you. He is kind of coming off with that energy. Okay. 6'8". Aquarius. 6'8". All right. Let's see. If you are 6'8", that is damn. You need to be playing basketball, brother. 6'8". I'm just playing with you. Okay. Anton called Craig. He says Anton called Craig out and said he wasn't anywhere around because he said before the cameras rolled, he took a tour of the building. That's interesting. That's interesting. So that's what I said. Anton knew that if Craig was there, not Cory, if Craig was there, the situation wouldn't have gone that way. He knew that. He knew the play he wanted to make he wouldn't have been able to execute that if Craig was in the building. He knew that. If Craig was around, not even at the table. Let's say it was just Cory, Diane, and Anton. He knew for a fact if Craig was anywhere around, if he was just watching behind the cameras, he knew that play wouldn't have worked out that way. He knew Craig would have had to have been gone completely off the premises somewhere else where he couldn't just pull up. He knew that. In order for that play to be executed the way he would have wanted it to, he knew Craig couldn't be there. He knew that. He knew it. Let me also give a shout out to the Cash Apps. Shout out to the Cash Apps from the family. Okay, hold on. Shout out to Walter. I appreciate you, Walter. Thank you so very much. To Dexter, to Mike. That was yesterday. To Dexter and to Mike. Well, shout out again to y'all. Shout out to Walter. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay. There was some other stuff I thought I saw. Hold on, let me see. I think I got to refresh the page. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there was some more people. Yeah, I was like, yeah, there was some more people. Shout out to Eugene. I appreciate you, Eugene. Thank you very much. And to DJ Trillist. That's a cool name, DJ Trillist. I like that. That's a cool name. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Your contributions are very important and are very necessary. All right. And shout out to every single last one of y'all for this almost 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours? Jeez. 4.5 hours, y'all. We've had a pretty good week this week. And we still got more stuff coming. There's still more stuff I got to talk to y'all about. We still have more stuff coming. All right. So y'all make sure, so that way y'all don't miss out on the stuff that we do have coming. Y'all make sure that y'all hit that subscribe button. Okay. Hit that notification bell. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. And shout out to all of the people who are new subscribers. Because I'm seeing some people in the chat room like, this is my first time watching. I'm a new subscriber. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all. We appreciate that. And that really does help not only me, but of the whole movement. So thank you all so very much for that. I appreciate y'all for that. Thank you guys. Y'all, please, if y'all care, if y'all want to help this channel, please do that. If you like what we do here, just do that. All right. Just hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, hit that all that stuff, and stay with us. Stick with us. Okay. We a family up in here. Appreciate y'all. Man, y'all up late. Some of y'all got to go to work in the morning. Y'all gonna be cranky. But it is what it is. It is what it is. We had a fun time tonight. So with that being said, Black First, as always, my brothers and my sisters, I appreciate y'all for watching. Thank you, and y'all stay blessed.